This conference will now be recorded.
So newcomers, if you have any questions now, you can unmute and speak, or else you can use a chat box also. Okay, so at any point of time, if you have any questions, you can unmute and speak, or you can use a chat box for raising your queries. Okay, right. So first, let us discuss uh, what are the things we are going to discuss in this cross applications. So as part of our syllabus is concerned, this cross application contains these topics: RFCs, then we'll have BAPIs, then we'll have IDOCS, then we'll be discussing LSMW using IDOC and BAPI, then we'll be discussing what enhancements. Okay, so as part of this enhancements, we'll be discussing the customer exits, we'll discuss baddies, and then we'll be discussing the enhancement framework. Okay, so these are the topics we are going to discuss as part of this cross application. So the duration we require is around 35 to 40 hours. Between 35 to 40 hours we require, and the classes will be from Monday to Friday. Okay, Monday to Friday, and whatever we discuss in the live session, we'll be sending the daily emails. Okay, which includes what the programs, notes, what are the notes is required, that notes, and if any diagrams are there, everything will be sent through what emails. Okay, so you need not take anything during the live session, just focus on the session. And apart from this, we'll be giving the video recordings for preview access, during the course. Okay, during the course, and these recordings will be sharing twice a week. Okay, so I may not share it on a daily basis because I need to do the conversion. So in case if I'm able to do it on the same day, I'll share it on the same day. Otherwise, we'll share it twice a week. Suppose Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday recording, I may share it by Wednesday evening. Again, Thursday, Friday, I'll be sharing it on Friday evening. Something like that, twice a week. But I'll try to share it on a daily basis, but I cannot guarantee because I'll be having other batches also. For each conversion, it requires around 1.5 hours to 2 hours. Okay, so this is only the additional service. Okay, video recordings for the preview access during the course. This will be shared twice a week, but the daily emails will be which contains what programs, notes, and what diagrams. Okay, and to do this cross applications, okay, we have some prerequisites. It is understood that we already know the basic ABAP. Okay, so we assume that we are already into ABAP and we'll be starting this. So when I say basic ABAP, we are expected to know how to work with internal tables, okay, function modules, okay, subroutines, okay, internal tables, function modules, subroutines, and how to write the select queries, okay, select queries, and then we are expected to know what module pull programming. Module pull programming means nothing but dialog programming. So these are the prerequisites to get into this particular cross application. So we assume that already we know all these things, and based on this, we'll be directly starting with what cross applications, right? So again, we will not focus on what is internal table, what is function models. Okay, these are all comes under what basic ABAP. We directly get into this particular concepts. So as part of today, I'll just give the overview of what all this is. The actual programming part, the technical part, I'll start from what tomorrow onwards. Okay, so today we'll just quickly understand what are the things we are going to discuss in this RFCs, BAPIs, all those things. Okay, so this is the overall schedule. Any questions on this? If anyone is having any questions, you can ask.
Yeah, this is KK here, Krishna Kishore.
Yeah, Kishore, tell me.
Before, as you said, the prerequisites of the basic ABAP, as I don't know anything about the ABAP part.
Correct.
So,
So my suggestion is, as you told, you are from a functional background. So my
yeah,
suggestion is first you have to get into this particular basic ABAP. Okay. So
yeah,
once you are good in this, then you can go for this cross applications. Okay.
okay,
But
okay,
today what you do is just go through the session so that
uh,
you'll understand how the online mode will be there. Okay. So
okay, okay,
probably in the evening I'll speak to you. Then we'll have a plan on this basic ABAP.
done, done, done.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Fine. You can mute your speakers, Kishore. Yeah, fine. Done. So first, let us start with this concepts. What is RFC? What is BAPI? All those things. Okay. So if you take this RFC, RFC stands for what? Remote function call. Remote function call. So as part of our basic ABAP, we already know how to work with what function models. We know how to work with standard function models, and we know how to create our own function models and call that particular function models. Okay. So what is basically a function model? It is a block of statements. It is a set of statements which is defined only once and can be called what any number of times. So it increases what reusability. So as part of our basic ABAP, we come across what many standard function models. Sometimes you'll have a requirement to create what our own function models and then call that function models at what different places. Okay. Now what exactly is this remote function call is, how it is different from a normal function model is, we can classify this function model into basically into what two things. One is normal function model, another is what remote function model. So whatever we know as part of the basic ABAP, we just call it as what a normal function model. So what is the meaning of this? Suppose assume that, try to understand this. Don't take anything, everything I'll send it through email. So this is our what SAP system. Assume that this is an SAP server 1. Okay, so as part of this we'll develop a function model. Okay, it can be a standard function model or a custom function model. So assume that I'll develop a custom function model, something ZF1. I'll provide some business logic in that. So this is the definition of my function model. So as we already know, where do we develop the function models? In function builder tool in SE37. Okay, so in SE37 in the attributes tab, we have to tell whether this is a normal function model or whether it is a remote function model. By default, normal radio button will be what selected. So assume that this is a normal function model. Okay, right. Now assume that we are having another client here. So this is again SAP server 1, or assume like this. Assume this is SAP server 1 and this client is what 800 client. So we'll develop this function in one of the client. So assume that this is 800 client. Now within the same server, so when I say within the same server, this is also the same server 1. Okay, assume that this is 800 client or any other client. It can be the same client or it can be different client in the same server. Now, how do we call a function model? What is the signature? What is the statement we use for calling the function model? We'll say call function. What is the function model name in our case? ZF1. Okay, ZF1. And if any parameters are there, we'll be passing the import parameters, export, all those things. So we'll be calling the function model. So this is the way to call a normal function model. So whenever we call a function model, what happens? Control jumps to what? Definition of the function model. The logic of the function model gets what? Executed. So this is the behavior of what? Normal function model. Now assume that, okay, we are having another SAP server. So assume that this is another SAP server. This is SAP Server 2. Okay, so already there is one function model which is developed in the server 1. What is the name of the function model? ZFM1. Now, and this function model is marked as, is registered as what? Normal function model. So what I'll do, I'll try to call this. One second, please. One second. So this is SAP Server 1. Now, assume that this is SAP Server 2. Okay, this is SAP Server 2. So what I'll do here, I'll try to call that particular function model. So here I'll say, this is SAP Server 2. I'll try to call it. How do you call function? What is the name of the function model? ZFM1. Where this function model is available in another SAP server. So when I try to do like this, it will give what? Error. Means I cannot, what is the meaning here? I cannot call normal function models from other SAP server. Okay, so this is invalid. Okay, this is invalid. I cannot call the normal function model from other SAP server. So what is the meaning here? A normal function model can be called from within the same server from any of the clients. From any of the clients, but it should be from what? Same server. So my requirement is, I want to develop a function model, and that function model I should able to call it. I should able to call from the same server as well as what? Other SAP server. So assume that this is the SAP server 1. Okay, SAP server 1 and some client. Okay, I'll develop a function model here, ZFM2 end function. Okay, but I'll flag this function model. I will register this function model as what? Remote function model. So how do we register? In SC37 in the function builder tool, we have the attributes tab. In the attributes tab, we'll select the radio button what? Remote. Okay, so assume that I flagged it as what? Remote function model. So what is the concept of remote function model? It can be called from what? Same server as well as from what? Different server. So assume that we have two different servers here. So this is SAP server 1. Okay, and this is, assume that this is SAP server 2. Okay, so if I am calling it from the same server, if I'm calling it from the same server, what I have to do, I have to simply say call function, what is that? ZFM2. So when I say call function ZFM2, control jumps to the definition of this function model, and this function model gets what? Executed. Now my requirement is what? I want to call it from a different SAP server. So what you will do here, you will say call function ZFM2. If I leave it like this, it will check for that function model within the same server, but it is available in what? Another SAP server. So what we will do, before calling this function model, we will create something called as RFC destination. Okay, in SM59 we will create something called about RFC destination, and we will try to call that particular function model. So while calling that remote function model, we have to say destination followed by what? RFC destination. So how to create this RFC destination, we will understand when we go to that RFC topic. So I can call it now. So before calling this, what I have to do, I need to, one second, before calling this function model, what I have to do, I need to what? Create the RFC destination and specify that RFC destination while calling the remote function model. So it will check for that function model inside this particular server. So this RFC destination will hold the details of what? RFC server. Understood? We will be creating something called the RFC destination, which will store the details of what? RFC server. What do you mean by RFC server here? It is a system where the remote function model is what? Existing. So this is a difference between a normal function model and what? Remote function model. Normal function model means it can be accessed from the same SAP server. Remote function model means it can be accessed from the same server as well as a different SAP server. Okay, so RFC is nothing but what? Calling a function model which is available in what? Remote SAP server. So this function models, these remote function models, I can call it in different ways. We have something called as synchronous RFC, asynchronous RFC, transactional RFC. So we'll be seeing all those things, the differences, all those things when we move on to the practical part. Okay, so this is the overall outline of what RFC. Any questions on this? Please ask me.
Other than SAP, we will have an RFCs, no?
Yeah, I'll come to that point, Kishore. In the next thing,
Yeah.
I'll come to that point. Yeah.
Yeah, you can call me KK rather than Kishore. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, yeah, fine. The others, any doubts on this? Rajesh, no? Right. Okay. Right. So this is the concept of what? RFCs. So again, as I told you, this remote function models, I can call it in multiple ways: synchronous, asynchronous, and transactional RFC. So that part we'll be discussing later on. Yeah, what is the next thing here? BAPIs. So BAPIs stands for what? Business Application Programming Interface. Okay, BAPIs stands for Business Application Programming Interface. So what is the meaning of this BAPIs? Yeah. So see this. So this is about RFC. Yeah. So assume that we have an SAP server here. Okay, this is my SAP server. SAP server 1. Okay, so as part of this, assume that I'll develop one function model, ZFM1, and here also what? End function, done. And I'll register this function model as what? Remote function model. But while developing a remote function model, while developing this particular function model, I'll follow something called as BAPI standards. Okay, so assume that this is remote function model. But as I told you, while developing this particular function model, there is something called as BAPI standard. So what are those things? Just ignore for the time being. So I am calling it as what? BAPI function model. Okay, why I am calling it as BAPI function model is I am going to follow up something called as BAPI standards. So there are some 5 to 6 standards which we need to follow. By following that standards, I'll develop that particular function model. Since I'm following that standards, I'm calling it as what? BAPI function model. So for the time being, I assume that this is also what? Remote function model. So what is the concept of remote function model? I can call it from what? Same server, or I can call it from what? Different SAP server. So I assume that this is my different SAP server, SAP server 2. So how do you call this? You will say what? Call function ZFM1. And as I told you, while calling, before calling, we have to create what? RFC destination, and we have to specify that particular RFC destination. So whenever I call the remote function model, control jumps to what? Control jumps to remote function, and that function model gets what? Executed. So assume that as part of your business, as part of your customer business, okay, he is also maintaining some non-SAP system. He is also maintaining what? Some non-SAP system. So assume that this is my non-SAP system, which is running on what? Assume that this is a Java application, or assume that this is a .NET application, or other than what? SAP. Okay, other than SAP. Right. Now, what my customer wants is, so we develop one function model here, which is performing some business task. Try to understand. I develop this function model, which is performing some business task. So my customer requirement is, he wants to execute this business functionality from what? Non-SAP system. Already there is one function model which is performing some business tasks, and this function model we have developed using what? ABAP language, and we mark it as what? Remote function model. Remote is what? I can call it from the same server or what? Different SAP servers. But my requirement is what? I need to call it, I need to access that functionality from what? Non-SAP system. But I cannot directly call this because this is non-SAP system. This is this is a ABAP function model. So I cannot directly call. So what we have to do is we need to develop something called as API method. Again, how to develop is a different discussion. We'll be seeing it in the practical part. So we'll be developing what? An API method. Okay. This API method will be creating on top of what? Created on top of what? Our BAPI function model. Created on top of BAPI function model. Okay, so we'll be creating the API method. So what this API method will do? This API method will call this particular what? Function model. Okay, this API method will internally call this particular function model developed in what? ABAP. And this API method, I need to call it from what? Non-SAP system. So what I'm trying to say is, I cannot call that ABAP function model directly from what? Non-SAP system. On top of that function model, we need to create what? API method, and then access that API method from what? Non-SAP system. So this is the difference between what? RFC and what? BAPI. Okay, so what I can say is every BAPI must be RFC. Every BAPI must be RFC, but every RFC need not be BAPI. Okay, every BAPI must be RFC, but every RFC need not be what? BAPI. So you understood the concept here? So if you want to access it from non-SAP system, directly I cannot call the remote function model. First of all, we need to develop this remote function model by following what? BAPI standards. Okay, and that function will be call it as what? BAPI function model. Since this function model is developed in ABAP language, I cannot directly invoke it from what? Non-SAP system. So by using something called as BOB, Business Object Builder, SWO1, okay, we'll be creating what? API method. Okay, API method will always be created on top of what? BAPI function model, and this API method will be called in what? Non-SAP system from the by the legacy programmer. See, actually, we are what? ABAP consultant. So it is not our job to call this API method. Our job will end here only. Our job is only to create the API method. But how to call it from? How to call that API method from non-SAP system? It is a job of what? Legacy programmer, means non-ABAP programmer, because we don't know how to develop a program in Java, how to develop a program in .NET. We are what? ABAP background, right? So our job will end here only, just creating the API method, and then we need to prepare what? Technical specs containing the information about that particular API method. That technical specs we will provide it to what? The legacy programmer. By referring to the technical specs, he will develop the legacy application to invoke that particular API method, which will internally call what? Our BAPI function. So this is a difference between a BAPI and what? RFC. Every BAPI must be RFC, but every RFC need not be what? BAPI. So any questions, please answer.
No, it's clear.
Clear, right? Yeah, this. Okay, done. Right. So this is about what? BAPI. Next, we have something called as what? ALE IDOCS. ALE IDOCS. So this ALE stands for what? Application Link Enabling and Intermediate Document. Intermediate document. So let us understand the purpose of this ALE or IDOC. One second. I think already the diagram is there. Let me try to open. Just hold on, please. Okay. So see here. So what is the concept of this ALE IDOC is? Just here. Try to understand this. Assume that we have an SAP system which is maintained by what? Ready Labs. Okay. And there is another SAP system which is maintained by what? Matrix. Okay. So these two are what? Business partners. Ready Labs and Matrix are what? Business partners. Try to understand this. Ready Labs and Matrix are business partners. So business partner means what? On a day-to-day basis, they'll be exchanging their business data. Okay, right. So assume that as part of this Ready Labs, we will be having a database. Okay, and this as part of this matrix implementation, we'll be having what other database. So each client will have its own database. Now here, assume that my requirement. So I'm a customer now. I'm placing an order with what? Ready Labs. Try to understand. Ready Labs and Matrix are what? They are pharmaceutical companies. So assume that as a customer, I'm raising an order with what? Ready Labs. Okay, I'm raising some order with what? Ready Labs. So in that order, assume that there are some products in that order details. There are some products which are actually manufactured by what? Their business partner what? Matrix. Try to understand, they're actually manufactured by their business partner Matrix. Okay, so as a customer, I don't know about that. Since those products are marketed under the name of Ready Labs, I am raising an order with what? Ready Labs. Okay, so in that order, there are some products which are actually manufactured by their business partner. So what this Ready Labs has to do, that product details or that order details, they have to share with what? Their business partner. So assume that here we are having some sales order data or some purchase order data or some customer data, vendor data, material data, cost center data. Like that, we have some order details. So what the Ready Labs has to do, they has to share that order details with their business partner. So what we will do as part of this Ready Labs implementation, we will be running some program. We call that program as what? Selection program or what? Outbound program. Okay, where we are running this program in the sender system. Who is the sender here? Ready Labs. Who is the receiver here? Matrix. So what this selection or outbound program will do, it will pick the data from this database. It will read the data from their own database and they'll generate the IDOC. This program will generate what? IDOC, and whatever the data they read from their database, that data will be stored in what? IDOC, and then the IDOC will be distributed to their business partner. So all these four activities are done by whom here? By the outbound program, or we call it as what? Selection program. So what is the job of that program? It has to read the data from their database, okay, generate the IDOC and store the data in that IDOC and distribute that IDOC to their business partner. So what is this IDOC here? IDOC is nothing but a container here, which will carry the data from what? One system to another system. Understood? IDOC is a container which will carry the data from one system to another system. In order to configure the IDOC, in order to generate the IDOC, in order to distribute the IDOC, in order to post the IDOC, we require a technology. That technology is nothing but called as what? ALE technology, application link enabling. So what that will do? It will read the ALE. What it will do? It is responsible for configuring the IDOC, generating the IDOC, distributing the IDOC, and what? Posting the IDOC. So it will assume that you have distributed the IDOC to my receiver system. Okay, so with the receiver Matrix. So at the receiver side also, you will have one program called as posting program, or we call it as inbound program. What is the job of this particular program? it is responsible for reading the incoming IDOC data. So you can see here, it is responsible for reading the incoming IDOC data. So what that IDOC data is, what is that IDOC is doing? It is carrying some data. Now, what is the data? It can be customer data, vendor data, material data, sales order data, purchase order data, billing data, whatever it is having some data. So the posting program has to read that data and post that data to their own database. It has to post the data to their, update the data to their own database. So in order to generate the IDOC, distribute the IDOC and post the IDOC, we need to use what? ALE. So in this case, both sender as well as receiver, both sender and receiver are what? SAP systems only. Assume that here there is another receiver who are running their business on what? Non-SAP system. Okay, assume that there is another company called as Ranbaxy. Okay, they are running their business on what? Non-SAP system. So we need to distribute that IDOC to non-SAP system also. I cannot directly distribute the IDOC to non-SAP system because IDOC is what? SAP's proprietary format. In the sense, only SAP systems can understand the IDOC format. So since the receiver is a non-SAP system, okay, so we'll have some tools available, some third-party tools. There are many tools in the market like EDI, TIPCO, web methods, exchange infrastructure. We call it as process infrastructure. Okay, so by using these third-party tools, what these third-party developers will do? They will convert the IDOC to what? XML format. They'll convert the IDOC format to XML format, and that XML file will be sent to what? Non-SAP system. Why only XML is? XML is a universal accepted language. Any system can understand the XML format. Make clear? So, what is the concept of this IDOC here? IDOC is a container of data which will carry the data from one SAP system to another SAP system or SAP to what? Non-SAP system. In order to configure, generate and distribute and post the IDOC, we require what? This particular ALE technology. Okay, so here when I am running my outbound program, I'll give some material number. So when I give the material number, okay, that material data is stored in many tables now. It is stored in MARA table, which contains the general material data. We have a table MAKT, which stores the material descriptions. We have MARC, which contains what? Material plan data. We have MARD, material storage data. So what this program has to do, it has to pick the relevant data. The relevant data might be part of one or more tables. It will pick that particular data and store the data inside what? IDOC, and distribute the IDOC to what? Receiver system. If the receiver is a SAP system, it can directly read it and update it to its own database. Or if the receiver is non-SAP, the third-party developers will use some tools to convert the IDOC format to XML format, and then the XML file will be sent to what? Non-SAP system. So this is the overall concept of what? ALE IDOC. So during the transportation, means during the generation of the IDOC or during the distribution of IDOC or during the posting of IDOC, IDOC may fail. IDOC may contain errors. So if the IDOC contains errors, what is our job? We need to monitor that IDOC and we need to reprocess that particular error IDOC. Instead of sending it from the beginning, wherever the error is there, we need to address that error, we need to fix that error, and we need to reprocess the error IDOC so that it will continue its journey to the target system. Any questions, please ask.
It's clear from my end. Can we have an example? Can we have an example on the live?
Yeah. When we come to IDOC topics, this IDOC will be around 12 to 15 hours. So we'll be discussing this elaborately. How to distribute from one system to another system. So before that, we need to configure it. So all those steps we'll discuss in the live session.
Okay.
Yeah, please mute your speakers. Yeah. Any other questions, others? I'm just giving the outline. How to work with that, we'll be seeing the practical part from tomorrow onwards.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, done. Okay, so this is the concept of what ALE IDOC. Then we have what LSNW. So those who know basic ABAP already we know LSNW tool. It is used for what? Migrating the data. Okay, so if you are using LSNW tool, I can use different techniques. We have direct input method, we have batch input recording as part of BDCs. As part of BDC, we will be having this LSNW. We can use it in 4 different techniques. So as part of this cross applications, we will be using this LSNW using IDOC and what? BAPI. So one second. Let me open that. Just hold on. Yeah. So what is this LSNW? LSNW is what? Legacy System Migration Workbench. So if you see this LSNW, see here. It's basically what? It's a tool. Okay, what this tool will do? It will pick the data from the legacy system. Okay, and we have to migrate the data. What is one of the BDC technique? We'll migrate it to what? SAP system. So while using this LSNW tool, we can use it in 4 different techniques: direct input, batch input recording, IDOC technique, and what? BAPI technique. So this, as part of our cross application, we will be discussing what? LSMW using IDOC and LSMW using what? BAPI. As part of the basic ABAP, we have LSMW using direct input and LSMW using what? Batch input. So basically, LSMW is a tool which will pick the data from our text file or Excel file and migrate the data to what? SAP system. So for that, we need to configure the steps there. So again, we'll be seeing this practically. We will go to that. It's basically a migration tool to transfer the data from what? The text file or Excel file. The source is always what? Text file or what? Excel file. Okay. So when I said legacy system here, it can be a text file or what? Excel file. So some huge amount of data is in the text file or Excel file. I need to migrate that to what? SAP system. So we'll be using what? LSNW tool by using what? Different techniques. Then what else? We have enhancements. So what do you mean by enhancements here? Enhancement is what? Without disturbing the current functionality, we need to plug what? Additional functionality. That is the meaning of what? Enhancement. So as we know, as part of this SAP, there are some predefined transactions provided by what? SAP. Means if you want to create a new customer, we use XD01. New vendor, we use XK01. New material, we use MM01. To create a sales order, we use what? VA01. To create a purchase order, we use what? ME21. So there are thousands of predefined transactions which are already provided by what? SAP itself. So according to our customer requirement, that particular transaction may not suit our exact requirement. So in that standard SAP transaction, I need to do some enhancements. So these enhancements can be in the form of what? Additional fields. Means already in the SAP transactions, there are some predefined fields given by what? SAP. Apart from those fields, according to our customer business requirement, we may require to add what? Additional fields to capture some additional data. So at that time, we need to enhance the transaction to plug what? Additional fields. Or I may require to add some what? Additional menu items. Additional menu items means again in the standard transactions there are some what standard menus will be there. So assume that this is the menu. This is a standard menu which is available in the notepad. These are all the menu items. According to my customer requirement, I want some additional menu item. Okay, so I should be able to I need to check whether it is possible or not. If it is enhanceable, I should be able to plug what additional menu items, or on the existing standard fields only, I need to provide some additional validations. There are some predefined validations provided by what SAP itself. But according to our customer business requirement, we need to plug what additional validation. So it is something like this here. It's already there. Yeah, you can just observe here. We assume that we have what one standard SAP transaction like XD01, XK01, MM01, VA01, ME21 like this. We have some standard what transactions. Okay, so assume that in this standard transaction we have some menus here, menu 1, menu 2, okay, something like this, and we have what some standard fields here. So assume that we are implementing SAP for a customer. Assume that you are working for some company, Wipro is implementing SAP for a customer called as what National Grid. This is the name of the project. So this is the name of the customer. So they are implementing SAP for what? A customer called as what? National Grid. So according to this National Grid business requirement, what they want as part of this standard menu, they want some additional menu items. For example, if you take this standard menu, how many menu items are there here? Only two menu items, item 1 and item 2. But according to my customer requirement, I want one additional menu item. So I'll be adding the additional menu item on behalf of my customer. Or assume that this transaction already has got three fields. These three fields are not sufficient. I want to capture some additional data. So I should be able to add what? Additional fields. I should be able to add what? Additional fields. And again, these additional fields are specific to which customer here? National Grid. Similarly, assume that we have another customer called Yellow Pages. What they want some two additional menu items. Same transaction, but the announcement is different here. They want some two additional menu items, or they want some additional fields, which are again specific to what? Their own requirement. So this process, we call it as what? Enhancement. So enhancements can be in the form of what? Plugging what? Additional fields, plugging additional menu items, or plugging what? Additional validations on the existing standard fields. Means assume that they are the standard fields given by what? SAP. But according to my customer requirement, this field should be made as what? Mandatory. Means compulsory the user has to enter some data in this field. Okay, if I don't enter, it should not allow me to exit the transaction. So on the standard field itself, I am plugging some additional validation. So all these enhancements I can do using different techniques. We have customer user exits, customer exits, baddies, enhancement framework, and also we have what? Switch framework, which is part of enhancement framework. So user exits is a kind of what? Absolute, not recommended. Okay, the future enhancements will be in the form of what? Baddies, and even customer exits are also not going to be supported in the future versions. So our focus should be mainly on what? Baddies and what? Enhancement framework. These are all the old techniques. Currently they are still supported, but going forward they are going to become what? Absolute. They are going to be deprecated. They are not recommended. So we have to go for what? Baddies and what? Enhancement framework.
You mean to say this is going to be wind up for user exits and customer exits,
Yes,
right?
yes,
For
yes.
S4HANA, for HANA part you want to say, or any
Not
other?
only S4HANA, any future SAP versions will get, they are going to slowly remove this user exits and what? Customer exits. It is completely based on baddies, which is based on object oriented.
But now the existing one, how they are going to update in the coming up versions?
They are going to migrate. We have something called as migration concept. They are going to migrate that customer exits to baddies. Same functionality we can implement in baddies with some additional features. SAP itself will do it. Our job is to identify what are the baddies available in the transaction. If you feel that is a suitable baddie, we need to enhance that baddie.
Okay.
So as a developer, our job is we need not worry about how the SAP has migrated that customer to the baddie. Our job is to identify only what are the relevant enhancements available in the transaction in the form of baddies. Again, each transaction might contain n number of baddies. So we need to identify the suitable baddie and then implement that particular baddie to implement our enhancement.
Okay. See, for one user exits, can we use two baddies for this? Because based on the customer requirement part, we may, the functionality of particular user exits maybe of different kinds. But for one, if it is not available in one baddie, then
No,
how
no.
it is going to?
Yeah. Again, when you go to baddies, we have a concept called as single implementation and multiple implementation. Okay, that is the main advantage about baddies. User exits and customer exits always support single implementation. The advantage of baddies is there are some baddies which supports what? Multiple implementation. So already we have plugged some requirement. In future, again the customer wants one more requirement in the same transaction. So what I can do in the same baddie, I can plug what? Another enhancement. That is the advantage of baddie compared with the customer exits and user exits.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So these are the things we are going to discuss as part of this particular what? Cross applications. Okay. So tomorrow onwards, I'll be starting either with RFCs or with what? Enhancements. I'm not sure because if you want to discuss RFCs, we require two servers. Okay, so if those servers are ready, I'll be starting with RFCs. Otherwise, I'll be I may not be discussing the sequence, so don't worry about the sequence. Okay, I may start with directly with enhancements. Enhancement doesn't require multiple servers, but if you take these RFCs and batteries, all those things, we require what? Multiple servers, so that we'll have a better understanding on that. We can do it on a single system also, but for better understanding, let me try to show it on multiple systems. Okay, so tomorrow onwards, I'll be starting with practical part, either with RFCs or with what enhancements. I'll decide it tomorrow, right? And class timings, as I told you, it will be from 6:30 a.m.
Okay. There won't be any issue from my end.
6:30 a.m. to what? 7:30 a.m. But again, this cross applications, there would be some concepts which may require some additional discussion. So sometimes it may go till 7:45 or sometimes 8 also. So what is my suggestion is be flexible till 8. Okay, so not daily, but sometime we may need to extend. Okay, but initially it will be only for 1 hour, but going forward I may extend it for more than 1 hour. So daily around 6:30 you will get the meeting IDs to your email. It will not be the same meeting ID, every it will be changing. Okay, so I'll be sharing this meeting IDs on a daily basis just before the class.
Okay. So, whenever you are free, just call me now. This is KK.
Yeah, Kishore, you can do one thing. You can call me after 11 a.m. Na? So,
Yeah, the same number, no?
yeah, same number. Morning you
Yeah,
call
yeah.
me, right? So same.
Yeah.
Call me after 11 a.m.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, others, any questions? So whatever we discussed today, I'll be sharing these notes and the recording, everything. So tomorrow onwards, we'll be starting with the practical part. Okay, so done. I'm done from my end. I'll continue tomorrow. Any questions further?
Thank you. Nothing. From my end, it's clear.
Hello?
Yeah, Rajesh.
If we'll cover the implicit enhancements and explicit enhancements.
Yeah, it will come under this one only. Enhancement framework
Okay.
contains source code enhancements, which includes what? Implicit, explicit, source code enhancements. What else is that? Function group enhancements, Okay, and we have what something called as what class enhancements, and here only we have something called as kernel. So all these things are part of what enhancement framework. So I'm discussing these things. Okay.
And one last thing. So we will not be covering the customer exit and the user exist, even in.
No, I'll show one example on that. But
Okay.
more focus would be on what bad is. But definitely we'll be seeing couple of examples on customer exits also. Then only we'll understand the difference between customer exits and bad is. So to begin with, we'll be starting with customer exits only. Okay, couple of examples we'll see on that. Not couple. One, two, three. One example on validation menu. Yeah, three examples we are going to see on customer exits. Then we'll be going to what bad is.
Okay. What about the user exit thing?
User exits, yeah, again, there will be confusion for everyone. User exits and customer exits are different. Okay, to implement this user exit, we require access key. We require what? Access key.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but for other enhancements like customer exits and badges, we don't require any access key. And this user exits, they are supported mainly for SD and what? modules only. I'll show you the procedure. I'll show you the procedure how to identify the user exit and where to implement. But in order to implement that, we require what access key. Okay, so I may not show it practically, Rajesh, but customer exit baddies, yes, we'll be seeing practically,
Okay. Yeah.
right? Yeah. Any other doubts, others? Sure then. So I'm winding off. We'll continue tomorrow around 6:30. Okay. Sure.
This conference will now be recorded.
Right. So today in cross applications, we'll start with enhancements concepts. Okay, we'll start with enhancements. Okay, so what is the meaning of enhancement? Enhancement is a process of what plugging additional functionality to SAP standard transactions without disturbing the existing functionality. Okay, I repeat once again. Enhancement is a process of plugging additional functionality to the standard SAP transactions without disturbing the existing functionality. Okay, so if you see these enhancements, we can enhance SAP transactions using multiple ways. Okay, so we have procedure oriented approach and we have object oriented approach. So if you take procedure oriented approach, we have user exits and customer exits. Then if you take object oriented, we have baddies and what enhancement framework. Baddies and enhancement framework. Okay. So to begin with, we'll start with what customer exits. Okay. Then we'll see what baddies. Then we'll go to enhancement framework. And in this enhancement framework only, I'll discuss about what user exits. Okay. Right. So we'll start with what customer exits. So what type of enhancements we can make to SAP transactions is, one thing is we can impose what customer specific validations, impose customer specific validations on the what standard fields of SAP, on the standard fields of standard SAP transactions. Okay, so we can impose customer specific validations on the standard fields of standard SAP transactions. None. Okay, next is what we can plug additional menu items. Yeah, please mute your speakers. Okay. So we can plug what? Additional menu items in the standard menus of again standard SAP transactions in the standard menus of standard SAP transactions. Then we can plug additional fields. We can plug additional fields in the standard screens of what? Standard SAP transactions. So these are the types of enhancements that we can make to what? SAP transactions. So first of all, the meaning of enhancement is plugging additional functionality without disturbing the existing functionality. So what type of enhancements we can do is, there are the three types of enhancements we can do. We can impose customer specific validations on the standard fields of standard SAP transactions. We can plug additional menu items in the standard menus of standard SAP transactions. Then we can plug additional fields in the standard screens of what? Standard SAP transactions. Okay, so here are the three types of validation we can do. And how to achieve this validation is, we have different enhancement techniques. Okay, we have user exits, we have customer exits, we have baddies, enhancement frameworks. Okay, they are the types of enhancement we can do. So to begin with, we'll start with what? Customer exits. Okay, customer exits. So these customer exits again, I can classify into what? Three types. Customer exits I can classify into three types. One is function exits. Okay, one is function exits, another is menu exits, then we have what? Screen exits. Okay, one of the enhancement technique is what? Customer exits. We can further classify customer exits into what? Three types: function exits, menu exits, and what? Screen exits. So if you take function exits, this function exit is used for what? Imposing what? Customer specific validations. Imposing customer specific validations on what? Standard fields. We can use function exits for imposing customer specific validations on standard fields, and menu exits we can use to plug what? Additional menu items, and the screen exits we can use to plug what? Additional fields. Okay, so when I say components of customer exits can be of what? Three types: function exits, menu exits, and what? Screen exits. Okay, so directly we'll start with an example, then it will be more clear. So those who are joined late, I repeat once again. So as part of this cross applications, we are starting with what? Enhancements concepts. So in these enhancements, we are going to discuss these things: user exits, customer exits, baddies, and enhancement framework. So I'm starting with what? Customer exit. So what is the meaning of enhancements? Enhancement is a process of what? Plugging additional functionality in the standard SAP transactions without disturbing the current functionality. Narendra, please mute your speakers now. In the attendees, yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, you can unmute and ask, or you can use a chat box. Right. So this, what type of enhancement we can do is, we can do the three types of enhancements. So to begin with, we have customer exits. Customer exits we can further classify into what? Three types, or we call these terms as components of what? Customer exits. Components of customer exits. So we have three types of customer exits: function exits, menu exits, and what? Screen exits. Function exits we can implement to impose what? Customer specific validations. And menu exits we can impose, we can implement to plug what additional menu items. Screen exits to plug what additional field. So first of all, I'll take an example, then we'll understand. You take any SAP transaction. Suppose we have many SAP standard transaction. We have MM01, we have XD01, we have XK01, we have VA01. Like this, we have many standard SAP transaction. So to begin with, I'll start with very simple example. We have a T code XD01. Okay, what is the purpose of this XD01 T code? To create the customer. So for creating the new customer in SAP system, we go for XD01. So my requirement is here. So this is the SAP system. What is the base table for customer master? The base table for customer master is what? KN1. Okay, KN1 is the table which stores the customer master data. One second. One second, please. Okay, done. So see here. Let me open the KN1 table. Okay. So this is a table which stores what customer master details. This table has got some 211 fields. Let me check. Do we have any entries in this table? Yeah, number of entries 19,576. So as of now, try to understand this KN1 table, KN1 database table has got some entries. 19,000 what 76 entries. Yeah, 19,576 entries are there. Done. So my requirement is, first let me try to create a new customer. So whenever we create a new customer, the customer master data will come and sit in which table? KN1 table. So I'll try to create a simple customer. Okay. So where do we create? XD01. So I'll go to XD01. Okay. So again, let us not try to understand all these things. They are not related to our technical thing, the functional thing. So just ignore it. I'm trying to create a new customer. So for creation purpose, I'll choose the account group as something sold to party R3 to CRM. Okay, and I'm not providing any customer number. So whenever I choose this account group R3 to CRM, the customer number will be assigned internally. Means dynamically, the customer number will be generated. So that is the reason I'm choosing this account group. So R3 to what? CRM. I'm not providing any other data. Just I'll press enter. Okay. Then it has taken the control to a new screen. We are in which tab now? Address tab. Okay, so customer is what here? Internal. Internal means what? If the customer is successfully created, the customer number will be internally generated. Okay, right. Title. I'll just give the title as something Mr. Then I'll give the name. I'll give the name of the customer as something Gensoft. Done. I'm just trying to provide the data for what mandatory field. So we have a field what country here. Okay, so for my easy what remembering, I'll give the country key as something what India. So I'm trying to create what Indian customer. I'm trying to create Indian customer. So what are the fields I gave? In the initial screen, I gave account group as R3 to CRM. Then I pressed enter. I got the screen. Then here I'm giving the title. I'm providing some name. Then I'm providing the country key as what India. Done. I'll try to save it. I don't know whether this data is sufficient to create a customer or not. Let me try to save. I'm trying to save the customer. Good. So you can see at the bottom what happened here. Account 301701 has been what created. The customer is what? Created. What is the number here? 301701. Okay, done. Let me go to KN1 table. Earlier we have 19,576. Now I am in what? 19,577. Okay, done. So what is the meaning? Customer got created. What was the customer number? Is it there? Yeah, 301701 is a customer number. 301701. So I'll provide the customer number here. 301701. So when I execute, it's taking some time. So I'll execute this. Yeah, this is the customer I created. I give the country key as India and name as what? Gensoft, so and so. Done. So my requirement now is, just try to understand. My requirement is, let me try to create one more customer. So as usual in the XD01, I'll choose account group as R3 to CRM. I'll press enter. Then I'll provide some what title. I'll give a name here. I'll give the country as what? Something what? India. I'll give the country as India. Done. Now in the control data tab, yeah, Ramesh, please mute your speakers now. Yeah. Ramesh, what is your mail ID? Ramesh? Yeah, is it Ramesh? Ramesh, I don't have your mail ID. How did you got the meeting ID? Anyone gave you? Sorry? Sorry, your voice is breaking.
Hello.
Yeah, Ramesh.
Yeah, me and my friend and another one came for you and
No, no. How did you got the meeting ID? How you are able to connect to this meeting? Anyone gave you the meeting ID?
yeah. So my friend gave it
Sorry?
from
No, your voice is not.
Hello.
Yeah, Ramesh, your voice is breaking.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay, I'll speak to you after the session. Fine. Yeah, mute your speakers. Right. So here my requirement is, so I'm trying to create a new customer. Customer belongs to which country? India. Okay. Right. Let me go. As of now, we are in address tab. Let me go to what? Control data tab. Okay. I'll go to control data tab. If I go to control data tab, yeah. In the control data tab, we have a field called as industry. Try to understand. We have a field called as industry. This field is not mandatory. According to SAP, this is a predefined transaction. This field is not mandatory. So I'm trying to create a customer. So my requirement is, I want to perform a check. If you are trying to create Indian customers, compulsory we need to capture what? Industry key. Okay, otherwise it should not allow me to save the customer. That is a requirement. I repeat once again, my validation is, if you are trying to create the Indian customers, this industry key should be made what? Mandatory. So as of now, I am trying to create the Indian customer, and without giving the industry key, when I click on save, I'm trying to say the customer. What happened here? The customer got created. What is the customer number? 301702. 301702 customer has been what created. So if you go back to KN1 table, okay, so earlier we have 577, now we are at what 578. So what is my validation here? My requirement is what here? So customer will give us this requirement. What is the requirement? While creating new customers, okay, industry key should be made mandatory. Industry key should be made mandatory for what? Indian customers. So our business requirement is this one. What is that? While creating the new customers, industry key should be made mandatory only for what? Indian customers, not for all the customers. Okay. So this is the requirement given by the customer. Okay. So what you have to do as a developer, this is the validation related to which transaction, where do we create the new customers? In XD01. So we need to check what is the enhancement that we need to implement to achieve this particular requirement. Okay, so again, enhancement can be of what? Many forms. It can be in the form of user exits, customer exits, baddies, and what? Enhancement framework. So the customer will simply give us a requirement like this. Okay, even the functional consultant also will provide us a requirement like this. So it is a job of the developer to identify the suitable enhancement and then implement that particular enhancement. Am I clear? So let us see how to do it. So any question so far, please ask me. Any questions? Vikash, why the name is exit mean? We should ask SAP about that. So let us not get into those things. Listen, exit means what? It is not available by default. It is plugged externally. Exit means which is not available by default, which is plugged externally. That's the reason they gave it as what exit, but why they gave it, let us not get into those things. Okay, right. Right, so this is the requirement given by functional consultant to the ABAP consultant. So now the ABAP consultant, what he has to do, he has to identify the suitable enhancement technique in XD01, identify that and then implement it. So my requirement is, as of now, we don't know about user exit, we don't know about baddies, we don't know about enhancement framework. Okay, we know something about what customer exit. So in this transaction, I want to identify the customer exits available. Okay, so there are many ways to identify the customer exits. Let us go one by one. So first, what I have to do is, in which transaction I need to implement this enhancement inside the transaction what XD01. So see the technique here. First thing I need to do is I need to check whether SAP has provided any customer exit in this particular transaction. I repeat once again, this is very important. Identification itself is a 90% of job. Implementation only 10%. The logic which we implement might be just 10%. But identifying the suitable one is the main important thing here. No one will give us that information ready-made. Okay, we need to identify that. The developer has to identify that. Okay, so what I'll do now is I want to check whether any SAP has provided any customer exit in this particular transaction. Okay, so how do you identify the customer exits? There are many ways. Let us discuss one by one. So first I'll go to what? SE93. Try to understand. The first thing I need to do is, this is technique one. Technique one for identifying what? the customer exit. What is that? Identify what the main program of the transaction. Identify the main program of the transaction. What is the main program? What is the transaction here? XG01. Then the next step is identify the package of the main program. Identify the package of the main program. Then what you have to do in SC84, we need to search for what? We need to search for customer exits in the package. So this is technique 1. Again, we have another technique also that we'll discuss later on. So let us go step by step. What is the first step here? Identify the main program of the transaction. So one of the way to identify the main program of the transaction is, already we know we have the T code what? SC93. Okay, so we can use this T code for creating what? Our own T code. So I'll go to SC93. So as of now, we are working with what? Standard T code. What is the standard T code here? XD01. So I'll give the transaction code as XD01. Okay, I'll click on display. Done. You can see here, it is showing me the package here. What is the package here? VS. But what is my requirement? I need to identify the package of the program, not the package of the transaction. Sometimes what happens is, in some cases, the package of the transaction and the package of the program might be same. I repeat, in some cases, the package of the transaction code and the package of the program might be same. But let us not rely on this. So first step is what? Identify the main program of the transaction. So what is the program name it is showing here? SAP MF02D. So I am in SC93. I provided my T code where I need to do the implementation of the enhancement. Then I clicked on display. I got the program name SAP MF02D. Now what you have to do, the second step is what? Identify the package of the program. So how do I identify? Let me double click on this program. It will take the control to that program. What is the program name here? SAP MF02D. So for this program, I need to identify the package. How do we identify? Choose the menu what? Go to attributes. Okay, I'll choose the menu, go to attributes. What is the package name here? VS. Okay, so the package of the T code and the package of the main program are what? Same in this case, but it will not be same every time. That's the reason always try to follow this navigation. In SC93, provide your required T code, click on display, it will display the program name, navigate to this program by double clicking. Then for this program, I'll choose the menu, go to attributes. I got the package name VS. So once a package is identified for the main program, what is the next step now? In SC84, I'll go to what? SC84, Business Repository Information System. So I'll go to SC84. Okay, done. So in SC84, there you can see now. Yeah, in SC84, we have what? Enhancements here. We have a node called as enhancements. Okay, let me just expand these enhancements. Right, we have baddies, business add-ins, and we have what? Customer exits. Let me expand this customer exits. Yeah, we have something called as enhancements. Just double click on this. Done. It is asking for what? Package name. What is the package we identified? VS. So provide your package name. Click on what? Execute. So when I click on execute, it will display me the customer exits available in this particular package. So here, what is the T code? This is a package related to the program of which T code? XG01. So a transaction might contain n number of customer exits, n number of baddies. As of now, we are concerned with what? Customer exits only. So let me click on what? Execute button. Okay, when I click on execute button, yeah, you can see here what is the exit name it is showing. What is the exit name it is showing? SAP MF02D. SAP MF02D is the exit name. So in this case, the program name as well as the what? Exit name are what? Same. It need not be same. In this case, it is same. Okay, and one more thing you have to understand is it is showing you only what? It is showing me only what? One customer exit. It is showing me only one customer exit. But going forward, we will search the exits in some other package also. It might show n number of customer exits. But in this case, it is showing only what? One customer exit. What is the customer exit? SAP MF02D. SAP MF02D. Okay, so I repeat this. We have identified the main program of the transaction. What is the transaction here? In this case, the transaction is what? XD01. And what is the program we identified? SAP MF02D. Yeah, SAP MF02D. Then we identified the package of the main program. What is the package we got? The package got VS. Then in SC84, we are searching for what? We are searching for what? Customer exits in the package. Okay. So when I search for customer exits, it is showing me only what? One customer exit. What is that customer exit? SAP MF02D. So in this case, it is showing me only one customer exit, and the customer exit name and the program name are what? Same. So don't think that every time it is same. Okay, going forward, we'll see it in other transactions. It might show me n number of customer exits with different names. In this case, SAP has provided only what? One customer exit. Okay, I got the customer exit, but I don't know whether this is suitable for my requirement or not. I don't know whether this is suitable for my requirement or not. So what I have to do, I need to identify the components of this particular customer exit. Okay, when I say components of customer exits can contain what? Function exits, menu exits, and what? Screen exit. Now, before we go to that point, what is our requirement here? While creating the new customers, industry key should be made mandatory for what? Indian customers. So our requirement is what here? I need to impose what? Additional validation. So I need to search for what? Function exit. Because what is the job of function exit? We can use function exit for imposing what? Customer specific validations. Okay. We can use function exit for imposing customer specific validations. Okay, I need not check for menu exits, because what is the purpose of menu exit? It is used for plugging what? Additional menu items. What is the job of screen exit? We can use it for plugging what? Additional fields. So here our case is what? We are not going to add any additional menu items. We are not going to add any additional fields. On the existing standard fields only, we are trying to impose what? Additional validation. So I need to search for what? Function exit. So these things are very important. No one will give this information ready-made. It is a job of the developer, okay, to identify what we need to search for. So I'm searching for what? Customer exit. In that customer exit, I need to look for what? Function exit, because I need to impose what? Additional validation. Okay, I got the customer exit, but I don't know whether this customer exit is suitable for my requirement or not. So related to every customer exit, we have some two important T codes. One is S mod, another is what? C mod. Okay, related to every customer exit, we have two transaction codes, S mod and what? C mod. We can use S mod T code to identify what? To identify the components of customer exits and reading what? Documentation. We can use the T code C mod for what? Implementation. So whatever the business logic you want to plug, that we can do it as part of what? C mod. S mod is used for what? Identifying the components of what? Customer exits, and for reading the documentation. Okay, I got the customer exit name. What is that? SAP MF02D. So in this customer exit, what I have to do? I need to check for what? Whether this customer exit is having what? Function exit or not. So what you have to understand is every customer exit may contain what? Function exit, menu exit, and what? Screen exit. Or some customer exit may contain only function exit, or some customer exit may contain only what? Function exit and what? Menu exit without screen exit. So there is no guarantee that every customer exit will contain all these three things. A customer exit may contain all these three things, or a customer exit may contain either of these things. That is understanding. So I need to check what are the components available. So what is a T code? SMOD is a T code. Okay, done. So I'm going to SMOD. So I'll quickly repeat this process. How to identify the customer exits in any transaction. Okay, so 1 second. The server is slow here. Yeah, I'll come to that point, Mahesh. Yes. Most of the people will have a confusion between user exit and what customer exit. But whatever we are discussing now is what? It's customer exit, but they gave the description of what? User exit. No. Okay. It is not user exit, it is basically what? Customer exit only. Okay. So the difference between user exit and customer exit we'll understand later on. But in the entry point of view, say that you worked on what? Customer exits, baddies and enhancement framework. Don't use the word user exits. User exits, I can say it's a kind of outdated, and user exits is not recommended by what? SAP, and user exits are available only for what? SD module, not for all the modules. Okay, so there is a difference between user exit and customer exit that you'll understand only after a couple of classes. Okay, so 1 second, let me go back. Server is very slow. Okay, so I repeat this process. How to identify the customer exit? First, go to SC93. In which T code you have to identify the customer exit? In our case, XD01. Okay, so I'm providing the T code what? XD01 because my requirement is related to which T code? XD01 for creating what? New customers. Let me display it. For this T code, it is showing me the program name. Navigate to this program by double clicking. It takes the control to that program. Now in this program, choose the menu, go to attributes. It is showing me the package name .vs. Once we identified the package of the main program, okay, go to the T code what? SC84. Go to the T code SC84, and in this SC84 under enhancements, expand this customer exits. Double click on this enhancements. Provide the package name. What is the package name? VS. So when I execute, it might show me 0 or 1 or more customer exits. I don't know that. Let me execute this. When I execute, it is showing me only one exit. It is showing the description as user exit, but it is not user exit. It is customer exits. Remember, it is customer exit. SAP has not modified this. Okay, so it is customer exit. SAP MF02D. So once I got the customer exit name, what I have to do? Go to the T code what? SMOD. Why we have to go to SMOD? Because I need to check the components of the customer exit and I need to read the documentation. Why we have to read the documentation? By reading the documentation, we will get an idea whether it suits our requirement or not. So I'll go to what? SMOD T code. Done. It is asking me the enhancement name. Enhancement name is nothing but what? Your customer exit name. What is the customer exit name? We identified SAP MF02D. So let me provide that enhancement name. That is customer exit name SAP MF02D. Done. Now I'll choose what? Components. Why I'm choosing components? Because my requirement is what? We need to check, we need to impose what? Additional validation. So for imposing this validation, what type of customer exit I want? Function exit I want. Function exit is used for what? Imposing what? Additional validation. That is the reason. That is the reason I'm checking for what? Components. I'll click on what? Display. So when I click on display, I'll just component. When I click on display, yeah, good. You can see here, this customer exit contains only what? Function exit. So as I told you earlier, a customer exit can be associated with what? Function exit, menu exit, or screen exit, or either all the things or either of the things, any of the things. So in this case, this customer exit has got only what? Function exit. Below you can see we have something called as function codes. This is related to menu exit, so ignore it for the timing. And this is related to screen exit. We don't know anything about this thing, just ignore it. But as of now, what you have to understand is this customer exit contains only what? One function exit. Only one function exit. Function exit. A function exit is always associated with a function module. A function exit is always associated with a function model. So what we have to do with this function model, we'll understand shortly. Done. Now, okay, so I came to know that this customer exit has got one function exit, but I don't know whether this function exit is suitable for my requirement or not. Okay, so only by looking at this, we cannot tell whether it suits our requirement or not. What you have to do is, we have to read the documentation. Sometimes, even after reading the documentation also, we may not get the clear picture whether it is suitable for our requirement or not. So let me try to, what is the description they gave you? See, customers, user exit for checks prior to what? Saving. User exits for performing the checks prior to what? Saving. So what you have to understand is, prior to saving is what? Before saving the customer in the SAP system, it is going to do some checks itself. So understanding is what? This function exit is triggered when you are trying to save a customer. It is going to perform some checks. To do some checks, this function exit can be used. Okay, by reading at this description, still I didn't got much information. Let me go back. Let me check whether in documentation is available. I'll choose documentation, display. Okay, so you can see here, user exit for customer master. It is not user exit, remember, it is customer exit only. Okay, description. The following user exits exist for what? Customer master record. What is the description they gave here? Check entered data before saving. So by looking at this documentation, I understood that this function exit is used to perform the checks before saving the customer. What else they provided here? Please refer to the interface description. Please refer to the interface description of the function module to see which data is available. So what they are saying is, you try to check the signature of the function module to understand what parameters are available in that particular function model. So my requirement is what here? My requirement is, I need to check, I need to make industry key as mandatory for what? Indian customers. Industry key should be made mandatory for what? Indian customers. So Indian customers is nothing but country key. Na? So country key means what is the field name? Land one. Na? Industry key means in KN1 table, we are having a field what? BRSCH, which will store the industry key. So how do I know this field name means? Again, you have to do the R&D on this here. Try to understand. Let me again go back to XG01. Okay, I'll provide R3 to CRM. I'll go inside. Done. I'll provide some title. Provide some customer name. Done. I'll provide the country as India. Now I want to know the technical name of this field. I want to know the technical name of this field. How do you know the names? Put the cursor there. Press what? F1. Press F1. If you go to what? Technical information. Yes, you can see it. It is showing the structure name is what? Address 1 underscore data. What is the data element here? Land 1. But why I should go for there? See, here our agenda is what? I need to impose the validation. I need to impose the validation. In which transaction? XG01. So in XG01 only, I need to identify that particular field name. Okay, if I go to SC11 or SC16, again I should give the table name, right, Masum. Okay, instead of doing all those things, instead of giving the table name, all those things, since my validation is based on this transaction, I'm just pressing F1 on that field, I'll get the field name and the table name. So what is the data element here? Land 1, country, done. What is the other validation field in this case? What is the other validation field? Go to control data. What is the other validation field? Industry. Put the cursor here, press F1. Press F1. I'll go to what? Technical information. Good. What is the field name here? BRSCH. What is the table name? K11. Am I clear? So I got the information here only. I need not go to SC11 or whatever it is. Understood? So in whichever transaction you are imposing the validation, in that transaction only press F1 on that field and identify the technicalities of that particular field. Okay. So I got the field name as land 1 and what? BRSCH. So if you go to KN1 table now, in SC11, if I go to KN1 table, yeah, land 1, what is that here? Country key. What is the other field we have identified? BRSCH. No? So let me search for BRSCH. What is BRSCH? Industry key. So based on these two fields, I need to impose a validation. Both these fields are part of which table? K11 table. Good. So by collecting this information, I got, okay, I'll go back to what SMod. I'll go back to SMod. Okay, I went to components. So in this, I understood that there is a function exit, and this when this function exit will be triggered whenever you are trying to save the customer. Whenever you are trying to save the customer, this function exit is going to trigger. Now, what else they gave in the documentation? They said that refer to the interface description of the function model. Means they are asking us to refer to the signature of the function model. That is the reason. So every function exit is associated with function model. Let me double click on this. If I double click on this, it will take the control dot function builder SC37. It has taken the control dot function builder SC37. So blindly I cannot do the implementation. I need to check what parameters we have to use in that particular implementation. So I'll go to what import. Yeah, you can see there are many parameters. Again, no one will tell us which parameter you have to use. It is the job of the developer to identify. So what is one of the parameter here? I underscore KN1 like what? KN1. So this parameter is referring to what? KN1 fields. This parameter is referring to what? KN1 fields. Our validation fields are also part of which table? KN1 only. Na? So what is the understanding? I need to use this particular parameter. I need to use this particular parameter as part of my implementation. So what I am trying to say here is, even after reading the documentation, you may not get a complete information. You may not get the clear picture where it is suitable for our requirement or not. So further, what you have to do, identify that particular validation field names and refer to the what? Refer to the signature of that particular function model to understand which parameters we need to use. So by looking at this, I understood that this is the parameter which is going to carry our validation fields, land 1 and what? BRSCH. Okay, so I got the information. So I think this is suitable for my requirement. So what I have to do now? I have to do the implementation. Where I have to do the implementation? Inside what? CMod. So before I do that, any questions, please ask me. Before I do the implementation, any questions? No questions? Okay, done. So let us do the implementation. So where do you have to do the implementation? Go to what? CMod. Go to CMod. Done. Project management of what? SAP enhancements. Here you have to provide some project name. You can give any name since it is our own project. Let us start with ZRY. I'll give the project name as something ZXZ01PRJ. Any name you can give, but start with ZRY. Start with ZRY. So I'm giving the name as what? ZXD01PRJ. I'll click on what? Create. Okay, I'll click on create. Done. It is asking the short text, so just provide some short text. Implementation for XZ01 validation. Some meaningful short text. Then what you have to do? We have to plug our customer exit. We have to assign our customer exit. How do we assign? Click on the button what? Enhancement assignments. I'll save it in the local object. Done. What is the enhancement name? Nothing but customer exit name. What is the customer exit name? SAP MF02D na. So I'll just give SAP MF02D. SAP MF02D. I'll press enter. I'll press enter. So when I press enter, if this customer exit is not plugged to any other project, it will allow us to plug here. If it is already plugged in other project, it will not allow us. So let me press enter. Good. So I'm not getting any error. So what is the meaning? It is not plugged to any other project. So more about that we'll understand in the tomorrow's session. So I just plugged my customer exit to my project. Then what you have to do? Go to what components. Yeah. How many components you are having? Only one function exit now. They are having only what? One function exit. Okay, done. So it is in display mode. Let me switch to what? Editable mode, change mode. Done. Now double click on this particular function exit. So it will take the control toward function module now. So when I double click on this, done. It has taken the control towards function module. So what is the parameter I need to use? I underscore what? K never. Done. Now how do we write the logic? This is a standard function model given by SAP now. I cannot directly write the logic in this. When I try to open this in change mode, it is asking for what? Access key. Okay, I cannot directly plug the logic inside the function model. So what I have to do is, let me double click again. As part of this function model, SAP will provide one include. SAP will provide one Z include. So in the source code, if you scroll down to the implementation, here I can see there is an include available here starting with what? Z. This include is reserved for user modification. This include is reserved for user modification. So what you have to do? We need to double click on this, create this include, and then provide your implementation. If you are double clicking on this for the first time, you will get a warning message on the status bar. Then what you have to do? Press enter key. It will ask you to create the include. I repeat, if you are double clicking on this for the first time, okay, what it will do? It will provide a warning on the status bar saying that it is reserved for customer modification. So just press what? Enter. It will ask us to create that include. You can create. So I don't know whether this is first time or not. Let me double click on this. Good. When I double click on this, you can see here on the status bar, I'm getting a warning. Program names ZX are reserved for what? Includes of what? Exit function group. So in your laptop also, when you're practicing, you'll get the same thing. So if you get this warning, what you have to press enter. Press enter. What is saying? Include does not exist. Create the object. Yes. So you'll get this warning only for the first time, not every time. So I'll say yes. I'll click on what? Local objects. Done. So here I need to write my business logic. What is the parameter we identified in that function model? I underscore kn1. So write the logic. If I underscore kn1, I underscore kn1 is like what? Kn1. So in that kn1 we have a field what? Land1, right? If I underscore kn1 hyphen land1 equal to India and I underscore kn1 hyphen BRSCH is what? Initial. If it is initial, what I have to do? I'll say message. Okay, if I underscore kn1 hyphen land1 equal to India and I underscore kn1 hyphen BRSCH is initial, means if it is blank. Okay, now again it depends on the requirement, whether you want to just inform the user to provide the industry or you want to stop that activity. If you want to stop the activity, you have to flash it as an error message. If you want to just provide the information, you provide what? Information message. I want to stop, so I'll say message, please provide what? Industry key for what? Indian customers. Okay, type, I'll give it as what? E, because I want to stop the activity. So save it, check for the syntax error, activate this. Assume, that's what I told. If I make that as obligatory, for all country customers, it is made obligatory. Na? What is my requirement? Only for Indian customers. Only for Indian customers. That is the reason I'm going for this customer exit. If you make it as obligatory, what happens? It becomes obligatory for any country. Na? whether it is Australia, India, Argentina, for every what country customers, it will be made what? Obligatory. That is the reason I am going for this technique. How to make? You tell me. How to make? How to make it obligatory for India? Is it possible? Is it possible without writing the code? At the screen level, if you set the input property to what? Required, it will be made mandatory for all the country customers. I didn't get your point, Masood. As per my knowledge, yes, at the screen level I can make it mandatory, but what happens? It becomes mandatory for what? It becomes mandatory for what? All the country customers. But I don't want that. I want it only for what? Indian customers. I don't want for all the countries. That is the requirement. Na? I want it only for what? Indian customers. Okay, that is the reason we are going for this. If you want to make it mandatory, yes, directly at the screen level, I can make it what? Obligatory. That is anyway we can achieve. But I want it only for what? Indian customers. Okay, right. Let me save it. Check for the syntax error. Activate this. Done. So I don't know when this customer exit is triggered. I mean to say when this function exit is triggered. So for my understanding, I'll put the breakpoint here. Just I want to understand at what stage this function exit is triggered. So I'll just put the breakpoint. Okay, go back and activate everything. Go back, activate everything. I got it in green color. I activated the enhancement. Activate your project also. Project is also what? Activated. Done. Okay, now let me test it. I'll go to what? XD01. I gave the breakpoint, remember. So I gave XD01 now. It will launch me the initial screen. Yeah, it has launched the initial screen. Okay, so for practice purpose, I'll choose account group as what? R3 to CRM. I'll go inside. So I'm in the first screen of XD01. I'm navigating to the second screen. I'll press enter. Yeah, still it is not going to debugging. Means still your customer exit is not triggered. I'll give some title. Okay, I'll give some country. Let me give Australia. I'm giving Australia. Okay, done. I'll go to what? Control data. Still it is not triggered. Remember, I'm doing some actions in my T code, in my transaction. I want to check at what stage it is triggered. So I'm navigating between the tabs. Still it is not triggered. So what is the country I give? Australia. I'm not giving any industry, remember. Wantedly I'm not giving. I'll click on what? Save. Let me check whether it's triggered or not. So when I click on save, good. It is going to what? Debugging mode. So what is the meaning? That customer exit is getting triggered. Try to understand. What are the customers we have implemented? It is getting triggered when I click on the save button in XD01 transaction. So this is also very important. We need to understand when SAP is going to trigger the customer exit. I cannot trigger whenever I want. SAP will decide when it has to trigger. So in this case, that customer exit is getting triggered when we click on what? Save button. Done. So I'll go to desktop 3. Yeah, you can see the values here. What is the land one here? What is the land one? Australia. What is this industry key? Blank. Industry key is what? Blank. Hyphen what? BRSCH. It is blank. But if condition is failed, na, I am checking whether land one equal to India and is what? Both the conditions are satisfied. But land one is what? Australia. So what happened? If condition is failed. So when I say F5, it will not go to the if block. It is coming out of that. Let's see what happens. So I said F8. I said F8. Still it is processing. Good. So see here, what happened here? See, it has created the customer. What is that? 301703 has been created. So what is the meaning? When I click on save button, customer exit got triggered, but my logic is not validated because if condition is failed. Now let me try to create another customer. Right? I'll choose R3 to CRM. Done. I'll provide some title. I'll give the country case what? India. Wanted language India. I'll go to control data. Remember, I didn't give any industry key now also. So I'll click on save button. What happened again? Again, the customer exit gets what? Triggered. Yes, it is getting triggered. What is the land one value here? Land one value is what? India. Land one value is India. What is the value of BRSCH? Blank. Okay. So if condition is satisfied, na? Land one is India. BRSCH is what? Initial means blank. So when I say F5, what happens? If condition is satisfied, it is entering this block. It has to flash this particular error message. So I'll press F8. Good. What is saying here? It is stopping my activity. It is giving me flashing the error message. Please provide what? Industry key for what? Indian, because I'm giving a meaningful validation message. So that by looking at this message, the end user will understand what he has to do. Okay, done. Now I'll do one thing. Okay, country is India only. I'll try to provide some industry key. I'll browse this. I don't know what I have to provide, so I'll choose something airlines. Done. I'll click on save. Again, what happens? Customer exit gets triggered. Yes, it is getting triggered. Land one is what? India. BRS is what? Airlines. So if condition is failed now, because it is not initial now, because I gave the industry key. So if condition not satisfied, so that message will not be flashed. It will continue the activity. It will save the customer. So when I say effect, I said effect. Yeah. See now what happened? The customer got created. 301704 has been created. Okay, so if you go back to KNM table, three zero one seven zero four, when I execute, yeah. Okay, this is a customer got created, and I gave the industry key also. I gave the industry key as airlines, so somewhere it will be there. Yeah, BRCH is what? Airlines. So customer got created. Understood. So the validation logic is very simple, but identifying that is what important. So in this case, in this example, that exit 01, it is showing me only one customer exit. Going forward, we will see some examples where a transaction might contain n number of customer exits or n number of baddies. It is the job of the developer to identify the suitable customer exit or suitable baddies. So we'll see many examples going forward. Any questions on this, please ask me.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah, Mother, tell me.
hello, Rajesh here.
Rajesh, okay, Rajesh, tell me.
Yeah, what happens if there is no proper function exit which suits our requirement, or in any case, I mean, function exit or the menu exit or the screen exit, right? So we went to
Yeah,
the spot, but nothing
correct.
was there.
So,
In the,
yeah, first, yeah, as of now, we know about only customer exit. We are searching for that.
Mhm.
So, after searching, I came to know that there is no suitable customers available. So, I'll search for what? Baddies. SAP Instead of customer, they might have provided baddies. I need to check for what? Baddies. If baddies is also not there, I'll check for what? Enhancement framework. If that is also not there, we have to tell the customer like we cannot implement this requirement by using enhancement. We need to do the modification. I mean to say we require what? Access key. We need to take the permission from SAP. We need to provide the access key and do the necessary changes. So what I mean to say is not every transaction is enhanceable. Don't think that whatever customer says it is achievable. So it is a job of the developer to check whether it is enhanceable or not. How do you check? First, I'll go for customer exit. If it is not there, I'll check whether any suitable baddie is there. If that is also not there, I'll check for enhancement spot. If that is also not there, I need to convince the customer that saying that SAP has not provided any plugin to implement this particular validation. So in that case, how we can achieve it? We have to take the access key from SAP. SAP will tell you that if you do the changes here, these are the other places where you have to do the changes, the dependent objects. If you are okay with that particular thing, then we have to go ahead and do the modification. Rajesh, is it clear?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Any other doubts, others? Madan, are you speaking? Your voice is not audible.
Not yet, Mahesh. Mahesh, can you hear me?
No, I'm Sridhar this side, but the name is displayed as Mahesh. I'm Sridhar. Yeah, tell me.
Sridhar. Hi, Sridhar.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to.
Is the class finished for today or are we still?
It's done.
Oh.
It's done.
Okay. This is my first class. I have just a general question. So right now, all the latest versions are coming, right? S/4HANA, cloud technologies.
Correct.
So whatever we are teaching right now, is this valid or are the things same in S/4HANA, all the cloud?
Yes. Any SAP flavor, the process of enhancement will remain same.
Okay.
Okay, it can be S4HANA, SCM, SRM, whatever it is, the way we do the enhancement will be same. But in the upcoming versions, SAP may not support customer exits. Everything will be done through baddies and enhancement framework. So why we are still discussing customer exit is there are many customers who are running their business on the older versions of SAP. So if you are working in the support projects, yes, I will go for a customer exit. But new enhancements, it is always recommended to go for baddies and what? Enhancement framework.
Okay. So even in S/4HANA, the transactions are same like S-mod, C-mod, those things?
Yes, same thing, nothing different.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, thank you on that.
Madan, sorry to ask you, anyone referred here in Gensoft? How do you know? Can I know the name?
Sridhar, I mean, who referred me? Yeah, Sridhar gave me the meeting link today, but I've been following up.
I am the Sridhar. I am the trainer who will share the meeting ID. Who will share the meeting ID daily. But I want to know who has referred you to Gensoft. Anyone referred or how?
I don't remember who referred me. It's been a while, right? I've been following up with like from last 6 months, but I don't remember. I'll try to.
No issue.
Yeah,
no problem. Just for
I remember now. It's Anil Kunduru. Anil
Kunduru. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he joined Capgemini. He was my classmate in engineering.
Okay. Fine. Yeah, fine. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah. What about Satya and Ramesh? You are also newcomer. You are friends of Narendra? Satya and Ramesh?
Only Ramesh and Madhu.
What about Satya Veera? Satya. Someone logged in by name Satya Veera. Hello?
Yeah, it was Anil Kumar Konda.
Anil
last
Kumar
month.
Konda. Okay, okay, fine,
He
fine, fine.
referred me. Yeah, he
Okay,
gave me
okay.
good reviews about this
Acha,
training.
acha. Okay. Yes, Satya, can you please speak? Satya Veera. Someone logged in by name Satya Veera. I don't have your email ID. Ramesh, again, your email ID also is not there with me. You have been referred by Narendra?
By Narendra.
Ramesh? Okay, okay.
By Narendra.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Just can you provide your email ID?
Not only Ramesh, Madhu also. They came for your input.
Acha, acha. Okay, okay. Fine.
Hello.
Yes, Satya Veera. Someone logged in by name Satya Veera. Can you please respond? Okay then, so I'll wind off. So whatever the session we had, I'll share that material and recording also. Okay. Yeah, Madan, I think I shared the recording with you yesterday.
Yes,
You
yes,
got it,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I got it. I was able to finish half of it, but yeah, it was
Okay,
really
okay,
good.
fine. Fine, fine. Okay. So on daily basis, we'll share the material and recordings also. I promised twice a week, but I'll try to share it on a daily basis. Twice a week in the sense all the recordings will share for preview, but it may not be on the daily basis because this conversion will take around 1.5 hours to 2 hours. So if it is converted, I'll try to share it on the same day.
Okay.
Yeah, Rajesh, I saw your mails. Actually, I'm not going to institute nowadays. Those recordings are available in the institute system. So once I go there, I'll definitely share, Rajesh. Okay, I don't have in my laptop. So once I go there, definitely I'll share. I thought of replying, but I forgot.
Yeah, thank you, Shiritan.
Okay, so we'll continue tomorrow. I'll share the new meeting ID tomorrow around 6:30. Okay, Chalo. I'm winding
Okay.
off. Yeah.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry, so let's continue. So let us discuss about what screen exits. Okay, so what is the purpose of screen exits? To plug what additional fields. To plug the additional fields, we go for what screen exits. Okay, function exit. What we are going to do? We are not going to add additional fields on the existing standard SAP fields only. We are going to impose what additional validations. Okay, so let us discuss about this particular screen exit. So the exact meaning of screen exit is something like this. Assume that we have some standard SAP transaction. Try to understand. We have some standard SAP transaction which has got some fields. Okay, try to understand. So these are some three fields available. These fields are given by whom? SAP itself. Okay, now my requirement is in this standard SAP transaction, I want to plug some additional fields. Why we have to plug additional fields? To capture some additional data specific to our customer, we are going to add what additional fields. I repeat once again, the purpose of adding additional fields is what? If the standard fields are not sufficient to capture your customer data, then as part of our customer business requirement, we are going to plug what additional fields. We are going to plug the additional fields. Okay, and one more thing you have to understand is not every SAP transaction is enhanceable. Means I cannot add the additional fields wherever I want. Okay, so customer will come to you saying that, okay, I'm having this particular SAP transaction. In this transaction, I want some additional fields at so and so place. So what I mean to say is, I cannot add additional fields wherever I want. We need to check whether SAP has provided any screen enhancements for that particular transaction. If they have provided the screen enhancement, then we can add the additional field. So blindly we cannot add the additional fields wherever we want. And whatever the additional fields we are going to add, they are generally added inside what? Subscreen. They are generally added inside what? Subscreen. So in our basic ABAP, we know about subscreen. What is a subscreen? A subscreen is a part of a what? A subscreen is a part of a main screen. So what we'll do is, and we already know that a subscreen cannot sit directly on what? Normal screen. So assume that this is your normal screen. So already we know in module pool we have normal screen, subscreen, and model dialog box. So subscreen cannot sit directly on what? Normal screen. Subscreen should always be placed on top of what? Subscreen area. So what we can say, a subscreen area is a container of what? Subscreen. A subscreen area is a control which can hold what? Subscreen. So what you have to do is, we require one subscreen area. On top of that subscreen area, the subscreen will come and sit. Inside that subscreen, we can add what? Additional field. So if you see this requirement here, so assume that on behalf of Tata business requirement, I am adding some 2 additional fields. These 2 additional fields are specific to which customer here? Tata. Similarly here in the same transaction, according to Reliance business requirement, we want some additional fields. So again, these additional fields are placed on behalf of which customer here? Reliance. Okay, so first what you have to understand is, we need to check whether that particular standard SAP transaction is enhanceable or not. Means we need to check whether that screen contains, whether the transaction contains what? Screen exits. I mean to say screen enhancements. If it is having screen enhancements only, I can add the additional fields. And one more thing is, I cannot add the field wherever I want. Okay, SAP will provide one area. In that area only we can add what? Additional fields. What should be our agenda? Our agenda is what? To capture some additional data. So where you add the fields is not important. The agenda is what? Whether we are adding the additional fields or not. So customer will say that I want the additional field at so and so place. So it's not possible. We have to check where SAP has provided that plugin. In that area only we can add what? Additional fields. Hope it's clear to everyone. Any questions on this? Done. So what I'll do is, I'll take one simple example to understand this. Let me take a transaction code called as MP01. So yesterday we have seen the T code what? XG01, customer create. Similarly related to MM module, we have a T code called as what? MP01. MP01. It is a standard transaction. Approved manufacturer parts list. Okay, so we need not worry about what is the purpose of the transaction code. Our job is, we need to check whether it is enhanceable or not. If it is enhanceable, I should be able to enhance it. That's all. What that particular transaction will do is not our job. It is the job of a functional consultant. So if you come across a transaction which you have not used earlier, we have to sit with the functional consultant to understand how that particular transaction works. Okay, so as an ABAP consultant, we may not know the functionality of what? We may not know the functionality of what? Each and every transaction, and you need not know also. Okay, so the customer will come to you, or the functional consultant will come to you. He will provide us a T code, and he will say that in so and so transaction, I want the additional field. So what you have to do? We need to sit with that particular functional consultant and understand how to navigate in that particular transaction, because we don't know about anything about the transaction. We don't know what is the test data I need to provide. We don't know how to navigate from one screen to another screen in the transaction. That is the reason we have to take the help of functional consultant to understand how that particular transaction works. So what I will do initially is, let us try to run this MP01. So I'm having some problem with my server. It's getting disconnected every time. So here I'll run the T code MP01, done. So when I run the T code MP01, I got a transaction might contain what n number of screens. Okay, so I got the initial screen related to that particular transaction code. What is this? Maintain approved manufacturer parts list. It is asking some material number, internal material number. So just browse this, and try to provide some existing material. So when I continue here, it is showing you what lots of materials. Okay, so for practice purpose, what I'll do is I'll just provide one material, J4360. Any material you provide doesn't matter, just you have to provide one existing material. So I just browsed it, I got one material by name what J4360, done. Do we have any other buttons to click here? We don't have, so we need to take the help of functional consultant to understand how to navigate to the next screen. So since I don't have any buttons here, let me just press enter. Okay, I'll press enter here. Let me check whether I'll able to go to the next screen or not. So when I press enter, okay, done. Understood, I got the next screen. I got some ALV report kind of thing here, done. So now, acha. So let me just go back to the previous screen. Yeah, this is my previous screen. So as I told you, I cannot add the additional fields wherever I want. Okay, a transaction might contain n number of screens. We don't know in which screen we can add the additional fields. That we will know only after identifying the exit and by reading the documentation of that. Okay, so this is my initial screen. Your customer may come to you and say that I want some additional fields here. So we cannot say yes. Okay, we have to check whether it is enhanceable or not. So as of now, I'm pressing enter here. I got some report kind of thing here done. And you can see on the application toolbar, we have some buttons here. I don't know the functionality of these buttons. Let us try to check the help here. What is the description here? Other AMPL. So when I click on this, again it is taking back to the initial screen. So that is not the appropriate button. Fine. Let me go inside again. I'll press enter. What is the next one here? Details button, it seems. When I click on details button, I'll try to click on details button. I got some details related to this. So I got the details of something here, done. Then what is this here? Maintain text. I'll click on maintain text. Let's see what happens. When I click on that maintain text, let's see what does it do. I clicked on that maintain text. It is opening me some editor, script editor. So in scripts and smart forms, we'll get this editor. It is opening me some editor where I have to maintain some text. Okay, fine. This may not be appropriate for me. I'll go back. What is the next button here? Delete, it seems. Again, this is not appropriate. What is this? Select all. Again, this is for selecting all the things. This is for what? Deselecting. Okay, so these are not my appropriate buttons. I'll do one thing. I'll select one of the entry. In my report, I'll select one of the entry. What is that? J2003. And what is the manufacturer? Reynolds. I'll just select this. I'll click on what? Details button. Okay, when I click on details button, yeah, I got some screen here. So what I'm trying to say here is, as part of this transaction, we are able to visit how many screens? We are able to visit some 3 screens. This is my initial screen. Okay, so I don't know where the additional fields will come and sit. Whether it is in the inside the initial screen, let me press enter, or inside this particular screen, or let me choose one entry here, any entry. I'll click on what? Details. I'm getting some other screen. So overall, this transaction contains some 3 screens. So whatever the additional fields I'm going to add, I don't know in which screens those additional fields will be populated. So okay, this is the functionality of this particular what? Transaction code. So now what is my job? I need to check whether this particular transaction is what? Enhanceable or not. What kind of enhancement you want to do here? You want to plug what? Additional fields. So if you want to plug additional fields, I need to check for what type of customer exit? Screen exit. Yesterday we are trying to implement what? Additional validation. So we went for what? Function exit. We went for a customer exit containing what? Function exit. Now I need to look for customer exit containing what? Screen exit. So what is the procedure for identifying the customer exit? Already we have seen that yesterday. Let us do it. What is that? I'll go to what? SC 93. Okay, I'll go to SC 93. Done. Sorry, yeah, SC 93. What is that? Is asking transaction code. What you have to do? We have to identify the main program of your transaction code. What is the relevant transaction code here? MP01. So let me give MP01. Done. I'll click on what? Display. Done. So for this program, for this transaction code, what is the package they gave? ME. So we should not check for the package of the T code. We should check the package of the main program. So let us navigate to the program. This is my program. I'll double click on this. Done. I got the program. Okay. So for this program, I need to identify what? Package. How do you identify? I'll choose the menu. Go to what? Attributes. Go to attributes. Done. So you can see here, what is the package name here? Me is a package. So in this case also, the package of the main program and the package of the transaction code are what? Same. But as I told you yesterday, it may not be same in every case. Okay. But in this case also it is same. So I got the package name of the main program. What is the package name here? ME is a package name. Done. So once we got the package name, I need to check whether that particular package contains any customer exits or not. So where do we check? In SC84, I'll go to SC84, Business Repository Information Systems. Yeah. In SC84, what you have to do under what? Enhancements. If you expand that, we have baddies and we have customer exits. Let me expand customer exits. Done. I'll double click on what? Enhancements. When I double click on this enhancements, done. It is asking me what? Package name. What is the package we got? Me, na? So I'll provide the package name as me. Yesterday, the package name of that XD01 main program was what? VS. And in that package, when we have searched, we got only one customer exit. So I'll double click on, when I click on execute here, after providing the package name, it is showing you what? It is showing you many customer exits. So again, yesterday we had only one customer exit. We directly went to S mode. We identified the components and we read the documentation and we came to a conclusion saying that that function, that customer exit was suitable for our requirement. So here it is showing you what? Many customer exits. So again, no one will tell us what is the customer exit we need to implement. It is the responsibility of the ABAP developer to identify what? Suitable, to identify the suitable customer exit. How to identify? We need to check the descriptions here. You can observe here, I got some descriptions. These descriptions may not give you the complete information or may not give you the exact information. So I need to check the components of that customer exit. I need to read the documentation. Okay, I need to check the signature of that function module exits. Then we need to come to a decision which is appropriate for a requirement. Sometimes, even after doing all these things also, it will not be clear whether it is suitable for a requirement or not. So I may get some 2-3 exits which look similar. So what we will do, we will provide some dummy implementation. We will provide dummy implementation for those 1 or 2 customer exits. We will put the breakpoints, dummy implementation, not the actual implementation. Just will try to implement them with some dummy implementation. You'll put the breakpoints, okay, and you'll test your transaction code. So at the appropriate place, an appropriate customer exit will be triggered. Based on the triggering, we'll get an idea whether it is appropriate for our requirement or not. I repeat once again, you may come across n number of customer exits or n number of baddies in a particular transaction. So we need to identify the components of each customer exit or each baddie. We need to read the documentation so that we'll get some information related to your requirement. Even after doing all this thing, if you are not sure which is the actual customer exit or baddie, what you will do, whichever customer exit or baddie you feel appropriate, you will try to implement that 1 or more customer exits or baddie with some dummy implementation, and you'll put the breakpoints. and then you'll test your transaction code with different data. At the appropriate place, an appropriate customer exit or baddie will be triggered. Based on the triggering, you'll get an idea whether it is suitable for your requirement or not. Rajesh, is it clear?
Yes, Sridhar, yeah.
Okay,
Thank
so even if you're having 10-15 years of experience also, I cannot say that this is appropriate for my requirement. It is not possible at all. Okay, that is the reason I told you yesterday. Identifying the suitable enhancement is the most important thing. That itself is a 90% of your job. Once you get the suitable enhancement, implementation is only 10%. The implementation logic is very small, but identifying the suitable one is what important. So in this case, what is my requirement? I need to plug what? Additional fields. Why we have to plug additional fields? To capture some additional data. So what I need to do? I need to check for a customer exit containing what? Screen exit. Okay. Since my requirement is to plug additional fields, I need to check for a customer exit containing what? Screen exit. Yesterday we had only one customer exit and that contains only one function exit. So here I need to look for a customer exit which is having what? Screen exit. So if you go back to that particular list, yeah, let me take it one by one. What is the first one here? AMPL 0001. AMPL 0001. What is the short description here? See, user subscreen for additional data on what? AMPL. So by looking at this description only, I feel it is appropriate for my requirement. What is that? User subscreen for additional data on AMPL. So what I told here, if you go back to this discussion, I told that I cannot add the additional fields directly on the main screen. Most of the time, the additional fields are added inside what? Subscreen. And that subscreen in the runtime will sit on top of what? Subscreen area in the runtime. So by looking at this description, it is understood that this is for nothing but what? Screen exit. They are talking about what? Additional data. So even after looking at this, I am not clear on that. So what I'll do, let me take my customer exit name, AMPL 0001. Done. So let me go to that. What is the T code I have to go? SMOD. No? So I'll go to SMOD /O. It will keep the current session and open for a new session. So I'll go to SMOD T code. It's loading this. Oh my god. I'll try to change the server in 1 or 2 days. I don't know what is the issue. Okay, so I'll go to what? SMOD T code. What is the enhancement? What is the customer will be identified? AMPL 0001. AMPL 0001. So first thing you have to do is, my requirement is what? To plug the additional field. So what type of customer exit we require? Screen exit. Na? So check whether this customer exit contains any screen exit. So I'll choose components. When I display, good. You can see it. It is showing me what? How many function exit? 3 function exits. Let me put the cursor here. I will click on this what? Navigate down button. Yeah, only 3 function exits are there. Done. Let me go back. Yeah. So we have 3 function exit, but my requirement is not function exit now. We require what? Screen exit. So yes, you can see it. Here we have what? Screen exit. Yesterday this was blank in that particular customer exit. In the yesterday's case, what was that this thing? SAP MF02D. This was the customer exit. This customer exit was having only what? One function exit without any menu exit, without any screen exit. Okay. Now in the today's case, AMPL 0001, this customer exit has got 3 function exits, 0 menu exits, and 1 screen exit. I'm adding some information here, which means what? It is having what? Screen exit. So, okay, done. So again, okay, I'm having the screen exit. We have to understand this information. Before that, let me check whether I'll get any documentation for this or not. And one more thing, what is our agenda here? We need to add what? Additional fields. So the main important thing is we cannot directly add the additional fields in the screen. I told that we have to add it inside what? Subscreen. Before doing it in subscreen also, what are the additional fields you want to add? First of all, those additional fields should be added in the appropriate base table. Should be added in the appropriate base table. So yesterday we had that XD01 requirement. What was the base table for that customer master? KN1. Similarly, every transaction will have some one or more base tables now. So related to this MP01 also, there might be one appropriate base table. There might be one appropriate base table. So we need to identify that base table. We need to identify that base table. First of all, add that additional fields in the table level. Once the fields are added at the table level, then we can add it at what? Screen level. So the first and foremost thing is we need to identify the base table, go to that particular standard base table, add the additional fields whatever you want. After adding that, then we can add them at what? Screen level. So again, it's not guaranteed that the functional consultant will give you that information. Most of the times, yes, functional consultant, when he is aware of that particular transaction code, definitely will aware about that related tables. He will provide that information, but again, you cannot rely everything on what functional consultant, and as the experience grows on, we'll be working as a techno-functional consultant. Okay, so it is our job to identify what? The base table for that particular transaction. It comes only by experience and what? Exposure. And sometimes by reading the documentation also, you may get the information about that particular base table. So what I'll do, I'll choose what? Documentation. Understood? I'll click on display. I want to check whether this is appropriate for my requirement or not. And also by reading the documentation, I may get some information related to that particular base table. So when I click on display, okay, this enhancement allows customers to specify their own criteria for the admissibility of what? Manufacturer parts. What is saying here? This enhancement allows the customers to specify their own criteria for the admissibility of manufacturer parts. The procedure is as follows. What they are saying, you define your fields in the include what? CI underscore AMPL. So what I told, if you want to do that screen enhancement, first of all, you have to add the additional fields in the base table. So base table is nothing but the standard table. So in the standard tables, I cannot add the additional fields directly. There are two ways of adding the additional fields in the standard tables. What are those two ways? One way is we need to check whether that particular standard table contains what? Whether that standard tables contains what? Customer include. So some of the standard tables may contain some includes starting with what? CI underscore. This is called a what? Customer include. So as part of this customer include, we can add what? Additional fields. If this customer include is not available, the other way of adding the additional fields is what? Through append structure. Am I clear? Through what? Append structure. So I'm going very slowly because for any kind of screen enhancement, the approach will be same. Okay, so try to understand the approach. So don't be in a hurry in implementing that. Okay, so first of all, you have to identify the base table and we have to add the additional fields. How we can add the additional fields? We need to check whether that base table contains any customer include. If it is having that customer include, we need to double click on that customer include and add the additional fields. If this customer include is not available, the other way of adding the additional fields is what? Through append structure. So if you observe here, what they are saying, you define your fields in the include what? CA underscore what? AMPL. So if you eliminate this CA underscore, the rest of the part is nothing but your base table. If you eliminate the CA underscore part, the rest of the part is nothing but what? Your base table name. So what is the base table name here? AMPL. Okay. I got the base table name. The base table name is AMPL. What is the next thing you are saying? First of all, you have to add the fields in that. Done. You specify these fields in the subscreen. And then we are third and fourth step. We'll discuss that later on. So let me close. So by reading the documentation, I understood that this is related to the screen exit because they're talking about what? Additional fields. So where you have to add the additional fields in which table? AMPL. So what I'll do now? Let me go to what? AMPL. Okay, let me go to AMPL. So I'll go to S11. S11. What is the base table name? AMPL. I cannot open this any standard table in what? Change mode. It will ask you for what? Access key. Okay, it will ask you for access key. So let me open it in display mode. So already this table has got how many fields? It has got some 14 fields. We are not bothered about the existing fields. Our job is to add the additional field. So what is the first thing I have to do? I need to check whether this table is having any customer include. Already in the documentation, we came to know that it is having the customer include. Still, you can search here. Customer include always starts with what? CA underscore. So let me search for CA underscore AMPL. CA underscore followed by the table name. That is a naming convention generally most of the times. Yeah, good. You can see here. We have what? CA underscore AMPL dot include. So in this table, we are having this include. Going forward, we'll see some more examples related to screen enhancements. We'll come across some standard tables which doesn't have what? This particular customer include. So at that time, we'll go for what? Append structure approach. So that at that time we'll discuss about append structure. Done. So now we are having this customer include. So this customer include is reserved for what? User modification. So I need to double click on this include. If it is the first time, it will ask you to create that particular include. So let me double click on this. Done. What is saying here? The structure is not available. Create the structure. Yes, I'll say done. So it has opened that particular customer include in what? Editable mode. You add the additional field. So let me give the additional fields name as something. Some description I'll give. Acha. Now again, we have to provide the field names now. So you can provide your own field names, appropriate field names. It is a job of developer to decide the field names. Most of the time the developer will decide the field names, but we have to sit with the functional consultant and understand what is the purpose of those additional fields. We have to understand with the functional consultant the purpose of the additional fields. When it's a purpose, whether you want to store the additional numeric data, additional date and time fields, or additional character fields. So we have to collect that particular information. So in this case, I want to add some two fields. I want to add two fields of type what? Character, because I want to store some additional string information, character information. Okay, so I need to add the additional fields. And one more thing is, whenever we are adding the additional fields in the standard table, it is recommended to follow customer namespace standards. Okay, whenever we are adding the additional fields in the standard table, it is recommended to follow what? Customer namespace standards. So when I say customer namespace standards, according to this, what are the additional fields we are going to add? Those additional field names should start with ZZ or should start with what? YY. This is the recommended naming convention to add the additional field names. Even if you don't start with ZZ or YY also, it will work fine. But the problem will come when we are doing the upgradation. So when you are upgrading to the higher version, SAP will check for this particular naming standards. That is the reason, to avoid that issues at the time of upgradation, better we follow the recommended standards. So what are the recommended standards? We have to follow the customer namespace standard, that is the field names. The additional field names should start with what? ZZ or what? YY. So let me give the field name as ZZ. I'll give some component name, any name we can give. I'll give competitor name, ZZ competitor name, any meaningful name. Then I'll choose what here, types. Then I'll choose types, component types. Again, most of us are, it is always expected that we know ABAP. So we can add the additional fields either by referring to the direct data type or by referring to what, data elements and domains. It is always recommended to go for what, data elements and what, domain. So here I'll give the component type, nothing but what, I'll give the field name. Sorry, I'll give the data element name. Let me give the data element name as Z competitor name. Since it is my custom data element, you have to start the custom objects with what, Z or Y na. So I'm giving the data element as Z competitor name. I don't know whether it is available or not. When I press enter, if it is available, it will display the data type or size, or else it will prompt you to create that. So let me press enter. What is saying here, it is not active, means it is not available. Let me double click on this and create the data element. So again, we should not focus on these things. As an ABAP consultant, we already know how to add the fields in the structure table. Okay, I'll double click on this, create the type, yes. I'll save it in the local object, done. It is asking what you want to create. I want to create what, data element. So I'll choose continue. I'll provide some short description, domain. I'll give the domain name as ZCMP name. ZCMP name. The data element name and domain name can be same or it can be different. So here wantedly I gave a different domain name, ZCMP name. I'll press enter. If I press enter, if the domain is available, it will display the data type and size. Otherwise, you have to create that particular domain. So let me press enter. It is saying no active domain is available. Done. I need to create this particular domain. I'll double click on this. Create the domain. Yes. I'll give some description. Done. Data type. I'll give it as character of something 20. Okay. Activate your domain. Save the domain. Check for the syntax error. Activate the domain. Done. Domain is activated. Domain is activated. Go back. And already we know, as part of data element, we will maintain the field label so that that label will appear automatically on the screen wherever it is used. So I'll go to what, field at the data element level. As part of field level, I'll maintain some medium label. I'll give the medium label as competitor name, so that wherever this data element is referred, the label will be picked automatically. So I'll choose competitor name. Activate your domain. Activate your data element. So data element is also created. Let me go back. So I got the data type and size. Let me create another field name, ZZ competitor address. Okay, types, what is this, Z competitor address, some name, some data element name. I'll press enter. It is not available, it seems. Let me quickly create this. I'll choose data element, continue. I'll provide some description. Domain, I'll give it as something ZCMP address. No active domain is available. Done. I'll double click on this. I'll save it in the local object. Create the domain. Yes. I'll provide the description here. Some description. This I'll give it as something character of 25. Something. Okay. Activate your domain. Domain is activated. Let us maintain the label also for this. I'll give it as something meaningful labels. Okay, competitor, because we know the purpose of the field. So here I want to capture the competitor details. So that's the reason I'm giving the labels as so and so. activate your data element also, done. Okay, then as usual we have to give the enhancement category now. So I'll choose extras, enhancement category. We already know all these things in our basic ABAP. Okay, so I'll choose can be enhanced with character type or memory, done. Okay, so we are done with what? Creating the additional field. Save it, check for the syntax error, done. Activate this. This activation will definitely take some time. Let me activate. Okay, so I'm trying to activate. Errors occurred when activating. One was current enhancement category is incorrect. Okay, scroll down. Okay, so done. So it is giving the warnings related to existing structures. I'm not bothered about this. Let me go back. Is it activated? Yes. I'm bothered about my fields only. I'm not bothered about the existing fields. Then it is activated. No problem. So let me go back. Right. So you can see here. If I go back and redisplay the table. Okay. So you can see as part of this AMPL table, somewhere at the end, you can see we have what? CA underscore AMPL, which has got what? 2 fields. Done. It has got 2 fields. So am I clear? So we are able to add what? Additional fields in the standard table through what? Customer include. If customer include is not available, we have to go for an append structure that we'll see in the coming examples. Acha. So initially, assume that our requirement was adding only 2 fields. We have added those fields at the screen level also. At later point of time in the business, again the customer may come to you and say that you want some more additional fields. So what you have to do again? Just double click on this structure. At that time it will not ask you for creating this, it will already created. So double click on this, open this in change mode and add the additional fields. Understood? So in the same customer include we need to keep on adding the additional fields. So first step is done. We have added what? Additional fields. We have added the additional fields. Any questions so far? Okay, so if there are no questions, right. What is the next requirement? I need to add these additional fields at the screen level. So as I told you, most of the times these additional fields cannot be placed directly on the normal screen. They are added as part of a subscreen, and that subscreen will come and sit on top of what? Subscreen area. So let me go back to the desk mode. Identify the components once again. This is my customer exit. I'll just components display, done. So we need to collect this information. So see here, we need to understand this first. So what is that they gave here? Calling screen, it seems. Okay, calling screen. What is the calling screen name they gave? Calling screen program name SAP BAM, it seems. SAP BAM, done. Then they gave the number here, some number they gave. Nothing but I think this is main screen number. Main screen number they gave it as 120. Done. Then they gave the subscreen area name, user 0001. So this is subscreen area. This is a subscreen area. Done. Next, called screen, it seems. Done. Then this is your number. Subscreen number. Earlier one is main screen number, this is subscreen number. What they are saying, shortest subscreen without field. So why I collected this information is, already I told, we require the knowledge of basic ABAP, module pool. In module pool programming, how do you call the subscreens? What is the syntax for calling subscreens in module pool? Call subscreen. This we already expected to know. Call subscreen, subscreen area, including subscreen program name followed by subscreen number. Okay, so this is the syntax for calling the what subscreens in what module pool. Call subscreen area including subscreen program name followed by what subscreen number. So what is the subscreen area they gave here? User 0001. What is the subscreen program name they gave? So this calling screen is basically the main screen. This is nothing but your what normal screen program. Okay, and this is your called screen is nothing but your what subscreen program. Okay, so subscreen program name is what SAP LX AMP. What is the subscreen number here? 1000. The subscreen number is what 1000. Am I clear? Call subscreen area including subscreen program name followed by what subscreen number. So I got this information. So let me go and check whether whatever I collected whether that is valid or not. So what is the main screen program name? Main program name, when I say normal screen program here, nothing but main program. This is nothing but what main program. What is the main program name here? SAP LM What is the main screen number? 120. Where I can check this information in module pool screen painter SC51. So let me go to SC51. Am I clear? I'll just go to SC51. SC51 screen painter. Done. What is the program name here? Main program name SAP BAM. SAP BAM. So let me give the program name. Right. Then what is the screen number we collected? Main screen number 120. Yeah? Let me try to provide that. 120. I'll click on display. Am I clear? I don't know whether this is available or it should be available. When I click on display, I clicked on the display. Good. It has opened that. You can see now. If you go to the attributes. Good. What is the screen type here? The screen type is what? Normal screen. Okay, done. And you can see here, again, we know in module poll, where we can use this syntax. We can use this syntax only in what? Flow logic section. So if you observe the flow logic here, what they have done, you see, how do you call a subscreen? What is the syntax I said? Call subscreen. But this is subscreen to the customer knows what is the syntax they're following. Call customer subscreen. I'll come to this point later on. So they're calling that call customer subscreen area name, including subscreen program name followed by what? Subscreen number. So we are not bothered about that. Somewhere they are calling the customer subscreen. Let me go to the layout. So this is what type of screen? Normal screen. So as I told you in the earlier discussion, on the normal screen you'll have what? Subscreen area. What is the subscreen area proposed by SAP user 0001? So let me open that. I'll go to the layout. It is opening in the layout editor. Good. So you can see here. This is my normal screen. And on this normal screen, already there are some fields, standard fields given by SAP. Somewhere on the normal screen, you can see they give some empty area. If I double click on this, good. What is saying here? Subscreen area user 0001. So whatever the subscreen we are going to construct with that additional fields in the runtime, that subscreen will come and sit on top of this particular subscreen area. So in this case, the subscreen area is given by what? SAP. The subscreen area is given by what? SAP. Understood? So here you can observe this is a subscreen area name user 0001. So I need to design the subscreen in the runtime. subscreen will come and sit on top of this particular subscreen area in the runtime. Okay, so done. I collected this information. This is okay, fine. But what is the agenda now? We need to add the additional fields on the subscreen now. What is the subscreen number? 1000. What is the subscreen program name? SAP LX AMP. This is the main program. This is the normal screen number, and this is a subscreen area. What is the subscreen program name? SAP LX. From where I collected this information? From SMOT T code. SMOT T code. So SAP LX AMP is a subscreen program, and the subscreen number is proposed by SAP itself. What is that? 1000 it seems. Again, let me give that. SAP LX AMP. SAP LX AMP. SAP LX. What is the subscreen number? 1000. So here I'll try to give a 1000. I'll give 1000. Okay, done. Okay, I'll try to display. I don't know whether it is available or not. When I display, good. What is saying here? The screen SAP LX AMP 1000 does not exist. So SAP has proposed that particular subscreen number. It is our job to create the subscreen. Okay, they propose the subscreen number as what? 1000. Understood? So we need not worry about that number. SAP has proposed that we have to use it. So I need to create this subscreen now. Hope is it clear to everyone? We need to collect this information from SMOD and correlate with this syntax. Any questions so far? Okay, done. So it is saying that that particular screen does not exist now. So I need to create that. So I'll click on what? Create. And when I click on create, it is not asking me any access key because it is given by what? SAP itself. So I'll provide the short description. I'll just give some meaningful description. Subscreen for what? Additional fields. Subscreen for what? Additional fields. Now actually I need to create this as subscreen. I need to create this as subscreen, but let me try to create it as normal screen only. Let's see what happens. Technically you have to create it as subscreen, but I'm trying to create a normal screen. I'll go to layout. Let me design the layout. I'll design the layout. I clicked on the layout button. It's taking time. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Yeah, good. It has opened. So it has opened the blank editor. Since it is a subscreen, I'll just reduce the size, not compulsory. If you don't reduce, unless you will get the scroll bar. So I'm just reducing it according to my requirement. That okay, it's not compulsory to reduce. So what I have to do now, I have to place additional fields now. Where those additional fields are available in the AMPL table now. So I'll choose them. You know, already we know how to design the dictionary fields in module pool. Yesterday I told, or day before yesterday in the first session I told, what is that? For this cross app, the prerequisite is what? Basic ABAP. Okay. So I'll choose go to secondary window. Go to secondary. Sorry. Go to secondary window. What is that? I have to choose dictionary / program fields. What is your table name where we added the additional fields? AMPL. Right. Provide the table name. Click on get from dictionary. Done. Good. You can see here at the bottom it is showing me the additional fields. ZZ commutator name and ZZ commutator address. It is going to pick which label? Medium label. As part of data element, I maintain medium only now. So if you want, you can maintain all labels, short label, long label, all the things. Whichever label you want to pick, you select that particular radio button. So I'm going for medium by default. Continue. Done. I got it. Okay, I got the labels from the data element. And what is the name of this field? See, when I double click on that, AMPL-ZZ com name, table name field name, AMPL-ZZ comp address. Done. That's all. Save it. I'm saving it in the local object. Check for the syntax error. No errors. Let me activate this. I'm activating my maintain in logon language, original language. So I'll just click on what? Original language. Doesn't matter. Done. Activated this. Go back. Activate everything. Activate this. Activate everything. Activate this. Done. So what I have done here? What I have done? I created the subscreen. What is the subscreen number proposed by SAP? 1000. Okay, and on that subscreen I have designed my additional fields. Now what you have to do? We need to plug this enhancement in your implementation. How do you plug? You'll go to what? CMod. So what are the two things I have done? I have added the fields at the table level first in the form of customer include. Then I designed that subscreen in SC51 screen painter with that additional fields. Now you have to plug that enhancement. We need to plug that enhancement to your project. So go to what? CMod, right? I can go for new project or I can go for yesterday's project. What is yesterday's project? ZXD01 project now. I can choose this. So before I do the changes, you need to deactivate. Yesterday we have activated that. Before doing any changes, you deactivate. Or else go for what? Creating what? New project. Okay, so I can do anything here, doesn't matter. I'll just deactivate the project. Activation of project has been undone. I'll open it in what? Chain mode. In this project, if you go to what? Enhancement assignment, already this customer is assigned. We are not bothered about that. What is the current customer exit? AMPL0001. So what I'm trying to show is this customer exit is related to which transaction code? XD01. This customer exit is related to which T code? MP01. So a project can be assigned with what? Any number of what? Enhancement across the transaction, doesn't matter. So AMPL0001, I'll press enter, done. It is assigned. Now go to components. Yeah, we are bothered about this one, na? Yeah, this one. So I've just what? Created the additional screen. I created the subscreen with the additional fields. Let me just activate this. Okay, I have not included any code here. I want to check whether that subscreen is visible to me or not. So I have activated the enhancement. Am I clear? Make sure that everything is in green color. So just click on activate, done. Go back, activate your project also. Okay, done. Now let me test it. Okay, let me test it. So I'll go to what? MP01. What I'm trying to test? I'm trying to check whether my additional fields are visible or not. So I'll go to MP01, done. So for practice purpose, give some material number. What is the material number I'm giving? J4360. I'll press enter. Acha. Did you got that additional fields anywhere? No. So this is not the appropriate screen. So let me choose some entry here. I'll choose Reynolds. I'll click on what? Details. I'll click on details. Good. When I click on details, I got the runtime error. What is the runtime error I got? See, wrong screen type. The screen either been defined incorrectly or is being used incorrectly. What is the description they gave here? What happened? Attribute screen type with the characteristics normal screen or subscreen determines how the screen is used. This error occurs if a normal screen is used as what? Subscreen or what? Vice versa. This error occurs if a normal screen is used as subscreen or vice versa. Screen 1000 therefore is the wrong type. So wantedly at the time of creating the subscreen 1000, I gave the screen type as normal screen. So if you choose an inappropriate screen type, you will get this particular runtime error. Means what is happening here? You are trying to load, you are trying to click on the details button. At that time, it is trying to load that subscreen. It is trying to call that subscreen. But that screen was not marked as subscreen. It is marked as what? Normal screen. That's why I got the runtime and a wrong screen time. So what I have to do? Go back to that screen painter. What is that subscreen program? This only now. This is a subscreen number. Open it in change mode. Original language. Go to what? Attributes tab. Choose the screen type as what? Subscreen. Choose the screen type as subscreen. Activate this once. It's activated. Come back. Activate this. Done. Active object generated. Done. Let me test it now. That is adjustment error. That's all. I'll go to what? MP01. Provide some material number. I gave it a J4360. I'll press enter. Done. I'll choose one of the entry for easy recognition. I'll go for Reynolds. I'll click on what? Details. Good. Am I clear? So I got the additional fields. So understood. I got the additional fields in the third screen. I didn't got it in what? In this screen, I didn't got it in what? The initial screen. Am I clear? So I cannot add the fields wherever I want. It will be added at the appropriate place, which is given by what? SAP. So I'm able to see the additional fields. I'm able to see the additional fields. Okay. Now I'll enter some competitor name here. I'll enter some competitor name. I'll give something IMAX and something Hyderabad. Some data I'm giving. Okay. So what is the purpose of additional fields? Not for just placing it now, for capturing what? Additional data. So I gave some data here. I gave some data. Do you have save button here? No. Let me go back. Do you have save button here? Yes. I'll click on save. Good. What is saying? Data is what? Change. So I need to go and check in my table whether the data is captured or not. So I'll go to what? SC11. What is the table name? AMPL. Display that. I'll go to what? Contents. Records. I'm checking for the records. How many entries are there? 24 entries only done. Now what I'll do here? What I'll do here? I'll give the material number. Okay, I'll give the material number. Okay, what is that I gave there? J4360 na? When I'm testing. So I'll give that J4360. Execute this. I maintain the data for which entry Reynolds. Na? So let me double click on this. Let me double click on this entry and check. What happened here? The additional fields are there, but the data is not captured. So what I'm trying to show is, just adding the fields is not sufficient. Okay, adding the fields is not sufficient. The data also should be captured now, so it is not getting captured. So now further I need to write some code logic. To capture the additional data. We are able to see the additional fields on the screen, but the data is not captured. So how to capture the data? Again, it requires another half an hour time. That I'll discuss in the next class, that is on Monday. Okay, so here we are able to add the fields, but I am not able to capture the data. How to capture the data? We'll continue this example in the next class, that is on Monday. We'll have the next class on Monday around 6:30. Any questions for today? Please ask.
No questions on these. Just a quick question on when will we get the access to SAP to practice or something like that? Is that a question for you or Sridhar?
No, I am Sridhar only. See, Madan, we don't provide any server access.
Oh, is it okay? Okay.
We don't have server access. But what we can do is, if you want, I'll provide the vendor details. You can directly call them or you can mail them.
Okay.
So they'll provide it on the rental remote access. They'll charge some 500 to 600 per month.
Per month, okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's not bad.
You can directly contact them and you can do it.
Okay.
Even whatever the server I'm using now, it is also renter server only.
Okay.
It is also rental server.
So will that access give us ABAP, ABAP?
Yeah,
This kind of
same thing. Yes, everything you can practice.
yeah, please share that information.
Sure, sure.
So,
I'll try. Yeah.
so
Tell me.
Mahesh and Sridhar,
Mine, same.
what?
See,
Oh, same. Mahesh
my
and
original,
Sridhar.
my original name is Sridhar, but
Okay.
when I created this GoToMeeting software, I think I
Okay.
gave it as Mahesh.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. All right.
Right.
Okay, that clears me.
Right.
Thank
Yeah.
you on that. Yeah.
I'll provide that vendor details in the mail. By afternoon, I'll collect it. I'll provide. You can
Okay.
directly mail them and refer my name. Say that you have been referred by Sridhar at the rate
Okay.
Gensoft. Okay,
Okay.
so that they'll
Okay.
respond.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, yes. Okay, I'll share it to everyone. So those are interested to take that rental server access, you can contact them. But please refer my name because they have some issues. So if you refer my name, they'll respond and they'll provide you the access. You can test that for 1 or 2 days. If you're comfortable and if you have any issues, you can reply back to them. They'll rectify it. After 1 or 2 days, if you make the payment, they'll extend it for 1 month. They'll charge some 500 to 600 per month. Okay. So, any other questions? So next class will be on Monday. As I told you, it will be Monday to Friday. I'll try to start this class sharp by 6:30, but okay, it's getting late for me. But I'll try to start by 6:30. Okay. So we'll meet again on Monday. Whatever we discussed today, the notes and the recording, whatever it is, I'll try to share it by end of today. Hope everyone has received the recording and material till yesterday. Right. So if you have any issues, you can mail me. Right. Sure. And Madan, one important thing, did you called? That is your number, right? Morning you called on
Yeah,
WhatsApp. Yeah.
that's my number. Yes, I
Yeah. So if you
yeah.
have any issues now, you can just WhatsApp me or you can mail me. Okay.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Sure. I'll we'll talk about the payments, all those things. Okay.
Yeah. Payment related, our people will get back to you anyhow. So don't
All
worry
right.
about that aspect. Okay.
Fine. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Anything related to subject part, you can contact me.
Okay, Manish. Oh, okay, Sridhar. Yeah. Thanks.
Sure.
Bye.
And I'm winding off. So we'll meet again on Monday. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
This conference will now be recorded.
Right. So in the last class, we have started with what screen enhancements. Okay. So we understood that the purpose of screen enhancements is to add customer-specific fields to the standard SAP transactions. The purpose of adding the customer-specific fields is to capture additional data. Okay. So if the standard fields are not sufficient to store your customer specific data, we will be adding what additional fields in the standard transaction. So before we add the fields, what we are going to do, we are going to identify the base table related to that particular transaction, and we need to add the additional fields in that particular base table. Okay. So we cannot directly add the additional fields in the standard tables. We can add them in two ways. One way is we need to check whether the database table is having any customer include. So in the last class, we are trying to enhance the transaction what MP01, MP01. Okay. So for this transaction, from the documentation, we identified one customer exit related to this particular what, transaction. There are many customer exits. One of the customer exit related to this transaction is, so if you go to SMOD, yeah, this was a customer exit AMPL 0001, AMPL 0001, and for this customer exit, when we read the documentation, we understood that it contains some 3 function exits and 1 menu exit. So this is your main program name, this is your main screen number, subscreen area, subscreen program name and subscreen number. Okay, and from the documentation we understood the base table. The base table is what? AMPL. So as part of this AMPL database table, we have one customer include. So if you go to this the base table AMPL in ABAP dictionary in SC level, in the table AMPL, we have added the additional fields, and this table contains what? One customer include. Customer include always starts with what? CA underscore. So we have one include CA underscore. It was empty earlier. So we have double clicked on that. It has prompted us to create this include. We have created this include, and as part of this include, we have added some 2 additional fields. Okay, and we already know whenever we add the additional fields in the standard tables, we need to follow the customer namespace standards. According to that, the additional fields must start with what? ZZ or what? YY. So I am starting with what? ZZ here. ZZ competitor name and ZZ competitor address. So after adding the fields in this particular what base table, we went to screen painter, and in the screen painter we have identified the subscreen program number, program name, and the subscreen number proposed by SAP was 1000. As part of this subscreen, we have designed what? 2 additional fields. We went to layout and we have added the 2 additional fields. So let me open the layout. Right, they are the 2 additional fields we have designed on this particular subscreen. And after that, what we have done, we have created one project in the T code C mod. We have created one project. I think this is ZXD01PRJ. So let me display it. So if you go to enhancement assignment, we have assigned our enhancement AMPL 0001. Okay, and we have activated that. And when you have tested it, if you go to MP01, okay, provide some material number, existing material number, browse here and provide the material number. I gave it as something J4360. I don't have any other buttons to click here, so let me press enter. That I got a report kind of thing. So in this report, choose one existing entry. Okay, I'll choose something Z2003 and Reynolds. If I go to details, we are able to see the additional fields. We are able to see additional fields. So what is the requirement now? I need to enter some data here. Okay, if I enter some data here, when I click on, I don't have save button here. I'll go back. When I save it, it is saying data is changed. If you go to the table APL, let me check whether data is captured or not. If I go to contents, what is the material number I gave? It's something J4360. When I execute, yeah, this was the entry Reynolds. When I double click on this entry, additional fields are there, but the data is not captured. So what we have done is, we are able to see the additional fields in the standard transaction, but the data entered by the user in that particular additional fields, it is not getting captured in the relevant fields of that particular table. So what is the requirement now? We need to write the logic to capture the data. We are able to see the fields, but we are unable to capture the data. So what you have to do is, every screen enhancement, or I can say almost every screen enhancement will be associated with 2 function exits. Okay, almost every screen enhancement will be associated with 2 function exits. one function exit, we call it as PBO function exit, process before output. So in module pool we know that, and we have another function exit, PAI function exit. Okay, so almost every screen enhancement will be associated with two function exits. One is PBO, process before output, another is what? PAI, process after input. This PBO function exit we can use and we can implement it for associating what? Default values for what? Customer specific fields. For associating default values for customer specific fields. And then PAI function exit. So in this case, we are going to transfer data from program to what? Screen. Okay, and PAI function exit, it is used for what? Reading the data entered by the user. On the additional fields. It is used for reading the data entered by the user on the additional fields in runtime. Okay, so in this case, we need to transfer data from screen to what? Program. Okay, so what exactly is the purpose? You'll understand now. So I repeat once again, every screen and exit, or almost every screen and exit or screen enhancement will be associated with two function exits. One is PBO function exit and what? PAI function exit. So if you go back to a smart T code, what was the customer exit in our case? AMPL 0001. If I go to components, so apart from this screen enhancement, apart from the screen and exit, we have what? Some three function exits. So out of these three function exit, I need to identify which will act as PBO function exit and which will act as PAI function exit. So if you see the first one, exit underscore SAP LMBM underscore 001, customer exit, transfer item data to what? Subscreen. Transfer item data to subscreen. So it is nothing but this one, PBO function exit, transferring the data from program to what? Screen. Then you can see the second one, 002, customer exit, adopt item data from what? User screen. Means it is used for reading the data entered by the user on that particular additional fields in the runtime. So the first one is what? PBO function exit. Second one is what? PAI function exit. Let me check any documentation is available. So if you go to documentation, if it displays, first step is you define your fields in the include CA underscore AMPL, which you already done. Then second one is what? You specify these fields in the subscreen. Yes, you already designed. If you see the third one, using the function exit 001, you pass on the field contents. From the include AMPL to your subscreen. And you can see 002, you use the function exit 002 to pass the entered and changed data back to the standard program. Means from screen to program. PBO is for from program to screen. PA is for from screen to program. So first of all, my requirement is try to understand. Let me run the T code. If I run the T code MP01, see my initial requirement is I'll choose one of the entry. I'll go to our details. So the additional fields are displayed here. Whenever this screen is displayed, I want some default values to be associated. Means whenever the screen is displayed, I want some default value for customer name, sorry, competitor name and competitor address. Default value. If the user wants to change, he can change, but default is what? The moment the screen is displayed, I have to show some default values to the user. Okay, that is my initial requirement. So agenda is what? To associate with default values. So which function exit I need to implement? PBO function exit. Why PBO function exit? Already we know in our basic ABAP in module pool, whenever a module pool screen is called, the first event triggered by SAP is PBO, process before output. So whatever the default activity you want to do, that activity you have to associate as part of which logic? PBO module. So what I need to do is I need to implement the what? First function exit. So again, blindly will not implement. Already we know every function exit will be associated with that function module. Okay. Last class or before that, we have seen one example related to XZ01. We have implemented one function exit to achieve what? Additional validation. And we understood that every function exit will be associated with what? A function model. So if I double click on this, the function exit is nothing but a function module exit. So when I double click on that, it has taken the control to what? SC37. As part of this function model, SAP will provide one Z include. This Z include is reserved for what? A user modification. We need to write our business logic as part of this particular include program. So before we do that, we need to understand the signature of this function model. We need to understand what are the parameters available for this function model. We need to understand what parameters meets our requirement. So what I'll do is, before I go to that implementation, first of all, my agenda is what? I want to associate some default value for this field as well as this field. So I should know the name of this field. I should know the name of this particular screen field. How do we identify the name of the screen field? Put the cursor in that field, press what? F1. If I press F1, actually if I go to technical information, yeah, we have the screen field name here. What is the screen field name? AMPL-ZZ component. Done. Let me identify the second field name. I'll put the cursor. I'm not bothered about the other fields. I'm bothered about only about the additional fields. Okay, so I'll put the cursor here, press F1, go to technical information. What is the name of the field? AMPL-ZZ competitor address. AMPL-ZZ competitor address. Done. So I need to what? After identifying these fields, screen field names, let me just go back to the initial screen. Yeah. So if I come back to this small, so if you see the signature of this function mode, if I go to import, I can see. So always remember this rule. This is nothing but PBO function exit and PAI function exit. PBO function is used for what? Transferring the data from program to the screen. So always in PBO function exit, we will be looking for import parameters. Okay, in PBO function exit, we will be looking for import parameters, and a PAI function exit, we will be looking for what? Export parameters. So if I double click on the first one, it has taken the control to this function builder. In the import section, we have one parameter. What is that parameter? I underscore AMPL. It is like what? AMPL. What are my screen field names? Yes, what are the additional fields I've added? What are the screen field names you identified? AMPL-ZZ competitor name is one field, and AMPL-ZZ competitor address is another field. So both these fields are part of which table? AMPL only. That's why they are prefixed with what? The table structure name. AMPL-ZZ comp name, AMPL-ZZ comp address. So if you see here, this is a parameter which will carry the fields of what? AMPL. Our screen fields are also part of AMPL only. So I need to use this particular import parameter. If I check for export, I don't have anyone. Okay. So anyhow, in the preview function, we'll always look for what? Import parameter. So I underscore AMPL is a parameter which will carry the fields or which will refer to the fields of what? AMPL. Our additional fields are also part of AMPL only. So let me implement it. I will go back. I need to implement this function exit now. So where do we implement? In the CMOD transaction. So if we go back to CMOD, already the project is created. I think it is in active mode. Before you make any changes to the existing project, we need to deactivate and do the changes. So I'll click on the deactivate project. Done. Activation project has been undone. I'll open it in the change mode. Yeah, enhancement assignment. Yeah, what is the enhancement? AMPL 0001. I'll go to components. Right. So this one, what is that? Exit underscore. Yeah, in AMPL 0001 customer exit, we have three function exit. I am concerned about what? The first one. So let me double click on this. It will take the control to the function model, nothing but function builder. Done. What is the parameter I need to use? I underscore what? AMPL. So where do we write the logic? In the source code. I'll double click on this include program starting with Z. Okay, if you're double clicking on this for the first time, you will get a warning message in the status bar. We need to press enter and create the include. So let me double click on this. Yeah, I got a message in the status bar. Program and ZX are reserved for includes for our exit function. Good. So let me press enter. It is saying that include does not exist. Create the object. Yes. I'll save it in the local object. Done. So I need to write the logic. So what is the import parameter? I underscore what? AMPL. I underscore AMPL. Okay, I need to assign. Okay, I need to assign it to what? My screen field. What is my screen field name starting with? AMPL hyphen ZZ completer name. AMPL hyphen ZZ completer address. So what I'll do is here I'll say I underscore AMPL hyphen I underscore AMPL is like what? AMPL only, in that we have a field what? ZZ completer name equal to, I'll just give some name as max, then I'll say I underscore AMPL hyphen ZZ completer address is equal to what? I'll just give some completer address. Okay, so I'm giving some name. Done. Let me save it. Check for the syntax error. Okay, I don't have any errors. I got the warning related to the enhancement category of AMPL. We are not concerned about that. Just leave it. Okay, activate this. So I wrote some logic. What is the logic I wrote? I am trying to associate some. I am trying to initialize some default values to my import parameters. I underscore AMPL is like what? AMPL. AMPL contains what? Both standard fields as well as what? Customer specific fields. So to my customer specific fields, I'm associating some default values. Done. Let me activate this. It's activated. I'll put the breakpoint here. I'm sorry, it was activating. Yeah, I'll put the breakpoint. I'm associating the breakpoint. Why I'm putting the breakpoint is I want to understand at what stage this function exit will be triggered by what? SAP. We don't have any control on that. SAP will trigger the exits at the appropriate place. So I'm putting the breakpoint and let me go back, activate this. Right, let me go back. Right, I'll activate the project. I got a green color here. Let me go back, activate your enhancement. That project has been not activated. Now let us test it. Okay, so I'll give MP01. I'm trying to test it now. MP01. Remember, I gave the breakpoint in that particular PBO function exit. Right, it is asking for the material number. I guess the material number. I'll press enter. Okay, still it is not going to the debugging mode, which means what? The function exit is not yet triggered. Now I'll choose Reynolds. I'll choose some entry. I'll click on details button. When I click on details button, Yeah, now it is going to what? ABAP debugger, which means what? That PBO function is getting triggered when I click on that particular details button. Am I clear? That PBO function is getting triggered when I'm clicking on the details button. Right. In the earlier classes, we have seen XD01. In that XD01 also, we had a function exit, and that function exit got triggered when we click on the save button. Okay. Done. So let me go to desktop 3 for better view. Done. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to initialize what? Some default values to my additional field. So I'll say F5, Smax, and something Mumbai. Done. I'll say F8. What happened? I didn't got the default values. But what happened here? Before showing this screen to the user, those that particular function exit got triggered now, and in that function exit, I am associating some default values. But those values are not defaulted on the screen level. So can anyone tell me what else I need to do? We understood that the function exit got triggered, okay, before showing the screen to the user, but the default values are not assigned to our screen field. So can anyone tell me what is the further thing we need to do? Yes, anyone online? Vamshi, Surendra? Yes, anyone? What else I need to do to show the default values at the screen level? That PBO function exit got triggered before showing this subscreen to the user, but still the values are not shown on the screen. Can anyone tell me what else we need to do? I want the approach, if not the exact answer. Anyone? Rajesh, Sai? Okay. So see here, try to understand what are our screen field names. My screen field names are what? AMPL-ZZ competitor name, AMPL-ZZ competitor address. Okay. So if I go back to CMOD, let me what? Before I do the changes, I need to what? Deactivate the project. Operating chain one. I'll go to components. What is the function exit we import? We implemented 001 only. Let me double click on that. So what is the input parameter in that? I underscore what? AMPL is the parameter. I'm making use of the parameter in my what? Include program. I'm associating the default values and it got triggered. But these values has to be shown on the screen now. My screen field names are starting with what? My screen field names are starting with AMPL-ZZ competitor name, AMPL-ZZ competitor address. So what I'll do, I will say I need to associate like this: AMPL-ZZ competitor name equal to what is my input parameter? I underscore AMPL-ZZ competitor name. Then AMPL-ZZ competitor address equal to I underscore AMPL hyphen ZZ competitor address. So what I did initially I have assigned the default values to my what? Associate the defaults to my import parameter, and that import parameter values I'm assigning it to my screen fields. AMPL hyphen ZZ competitor name, AMPL hyphen ZZ competitor address. Is it clear? If you assign it to the screen fields only, it will be shown on the screen. Otherwise, they will not be shown. Okay. So let me check it, save it, check for the syntax error. I got an error. The field AMPL is unknown, but there is a field with the similar name I underscore AMPL. Can anyone correct me the error? Anyone? Surendra, Vamshi, Sai, Rajesh, Madan, Arsha, Mahesh, Nirima, Radhika. Vikash. Tell me, all are ABAP consultants. We should be able to rectify the errors. Hmm? Surendra, Vamshi. Left side also I underscore AMPL. Why like that? See, I underscore AMPL is a import parameter related to that function model. I'm using it initially, I'm assigning the default values. That is not sufficient to show it on the screen because the screen field names are what? AMPL hyphen so and so. So I've assigned import parameter values to my screen fields. So the solution for this is, again, if you go back to our basic ABAP concept, whenever we are using the screen fields in our program, whenever we are referring to module pool screen fields in our program, we need to declare that screen fields. Whenever we refer to the screen fields as part of your program, we need to declare that particular screen fields. Okay, so what are the screen fields I'm using here? AMPL-ZZ computator name, AMPL-ZZ computator address. So I need to declare these two, but my variable names cannot contain hyphen. So what I'll do in order to avoid this error, I'll use a statement what? Tables. We can assign values to what, Surendra? Directly assign values to screen fields. Yeah, we'll come to that part. Okay, tables. What is that? AMPL. What this table statement will do? Already we know in our basic ABAP. It creates what? Work area. It creates a work area with all the fields of what? AMPL. AMPL table has got around 14 fields. So it will create the work area with all the fields. Okay. So let me save it. Check for the syntax error. I don't have any errors. Activate this. Okay, so simple understanding. Nothing much to think here. What is that is? We already know in our basic ABAP. Whenever we are referring to the screen fields in the program, we need to declare that particular screen field. So that's why, since I'm referring to these two screen fields, instead of declaring these two fields only, I cannot declare these two fields because the variable names cannot contain what? Hyphen. So directly what I use? Tables keyword, which will create a work area. So I've activated that. Now let me check. Activate the enhancement, activate your project also. Test it now. If I go to MP01, I'll give some material number. I'll choose some entry Reynolds. I'll click on details. Right. I got the default values what? SMAX and what? Mumbai. SMAX and Mumbai. Okay. So let me directly try to assign the data to the screen fields only. Let me go back. I'll go to CMOD once again. I'll deactivate. Go to components. What is the function? Is it this one? So as Surendra told, without assigning to the import parameter, you want to assign directly to the screen fields. Probably it may work. Let me check. I'll just comment this. Okay, I'm directly assigning to the screen fields. Done. So I created the tables, it will create a work area and directly assigning to the screen fields without assigning it to what import parameter. So let me put the breakpoint. Done. Activate everything. Activate your enhancement. Activate the project also. Done. Let us quickly test it. MP01. I'll choose the results. I'll go to details button. It is going to the debugger mode. So what we are doing in that PBO function is that directly we are assigning the data to what screen fields. Okay, I'll say F8. Yeah, I got it. I directly got it. No problem. But what I am trying to do is I am trying to what trying to make use of the parameters given by what SAP. I am assigning it to my import parameter. Then from that import parameter, I am assigning it to the screen fields. So I am making use of the parameters given by SAP. Okay, done. So now I'm able to assign the values. So what I'll do now is I'll do one thing. Yeah, see here. These are my default values. So I'll say Rmax 10. I'll give this as Hyderabad 10. I'm just changing the values wantedly. I'll go back. Okay, let me save it. It is saved. Okay, let me go back and check the table. So AMPL Rmax 10 and Hyderabad 10. So I'll go to contents. What is the material number? J4360. When I execute, what is the enter in also? I'll double click on this. No. What happened? I'm able to see the default values on the screen. Okay, but I am not able to capture it in my screen level. So what else I have to do? I need to implement what? PAI function exit. This is used for what? Transferring the data from screen to a program. Okay, so in PA function exit, we should always look for what? Export parameters. So if you go back to SMOD here, SMOD, check the components. What is the second function in 002? Adopt item data from user screen. So if I double click on this is PA function exit now. See here, it will not show it as PB and PI. Since we know module pool, we are correlating like that. Transferring the item data, transferring the data from program to screen is nothing but PBO. Transferring the data from screen to program is nothing but PI, process after input. So we'll double click on this. So in the PA function exit, generally will conserve what? Export parameters. Obviously, if I go to import, I don't have an import parameter. Let me check the export. Yeah, this is the export parameter which is carrying all the fields of what? AMPL. This AMPL contains what? Both standard fields as well as what? Our own screen field. So this is the parameter which is carrying that particular screen fields. Okay, done. Export parameter E underscore AMPL. So let us try to implement that. Where do you implement? Again, we have to go back to our CMOD project. I'll deactivate this. Change components. So in the first function exit, for your understanding, I'll say R. Okay, then let me activate this. Right, I'll go back. Yeah, let me implement what? The second function exit. Double click on the second function exit 002. Right. So what is the parameter I need to consider here? E underscore AMPL. Remember that. Source code. Double click on this include. First time it will give a warning on the status bar. Press enter. Include does not exist. You get a message. Include does not exist. Create that. Include does not exist. Create the object. Yes. I'll save it in the local object. Okay. So I need to write the logic to transfer the data from what? Screen fields to our program. What are the screen fields? The data is entered in what? Screen fields. No? These are the screen fields. So I'll say here, I need to assign them to what? Export parameter. What is that export parameter? E underscore what? AMPL. Sorry. E underscore AMPL hyphen. E underscore AMPL is like what? AMPL. So I'll say ZZ completer name equal to what are the screen field names? AMPL hyphen ZZ completer name. Then E underscore AMPL hyphen ZZ completer address equal to what are my screen field names? AMPL hyphen ZZ completer address. So simple logic. What is the logic I'm writing here? I'm assigning my what screen fields to the concerned export parameter. Okay, these are my screen fields. The user is going to enter the data in this fields only. Na? Those screen fields you assign it to what export parameter. Let me save it. Check for the syntax error. I don't have any error. Activate this. Then it is activated. I'll put the breakpoint. I'll put the breakpoint just to understand when this PA is triggered. Okay, I'm putting the breakpoint in the PA. I'll activate this. Let me cross check the breakpoint in PBO also. Already the breakpoint is done. So I want to understand when this PBO and PA is triggered. Let me activate your enhancement. Enhancement is activated. Activate your project. Done. Project is activated. Now let me go back. I'll give MP01 J4360 done. I'll choose Reynolds. I'll go to our details. Yeah, I can see here it is going to the debugging mode. See which one it is executing. So you can observe 001, nothing but what PBO function exit na. It is executing what PBO done. I'll say fetch. Okay, I'm able to see the default values. Now what I'll do is I'll say Rmax 20. Okay, I'll say either about 20. Understand? I'm changing the values there. I'm changing the values. Let me go back. Understood? I'll go back. Okay, when I go back also, when I click on the back button also, what is getting triggered? PAI. Remember, when I click on the back button, PAI is getting triggered. So what I'm trying to do here, they are my screen fields, Rmax 20 and what? Hyderabad 20. I'm assigning it to what? Export parameter. I'll say fit. Okay. Now I'll click on what? Save button. I'll click on save button. Data is what? Changed. So what I need to do now, I need to check it in the table where the data is stored or not. So I'll go back to SC11 AMPL. If I display that, go to the contents. What is the material number? J4360. Execute this. Reynolds only. Let me double click on this entry. I got Rmax 20 and what? Hyderabad 20. Am I clear? The data is getting what? Changed. Rmax 20 and what? Hyderabad 20. That's it. So this is the way you have to implement. The main thing is almost every screen exit is associated with what? Two function exit. PBO function exit and PA function exit. Okay, PBO function exit is used for associating what? Default values, and PA function exit is used for reading the data entered by the user in the runtime. In PBO function exit, we generally consider import parameters. In PA function exit, we need to consider what? Export parameters. Okay, let me deactivate this project. So I'll go to C mode. Try to understand. Vamshi, I didn't get you without appending to standard. Why we need to append first of all? Already the fields are added in the standard table. Na? The fields are added in the standard table. That's why we are able to see it on the screen. Okay, we are able to see. Now, what is the next agenda? In the runtime, the user will enter some data in that additional fields. Our agenda is what? Whatever the data entered by the user in the runtime, that data should come and sit in the relevant fields in the standard table. Yes, it is getting stored. Why we need to append it to standard fields? I didn't get you what you're trying to say. Without appending to standard fields, it is working. What is the meaning of appending here? I didn't get you. No, where we are creating in the database table. No. In database table, we have added the additional fields. How to add the additional fields? Either through customer include or through append structure. Anyhow, we have not seen append structure so far. We are able to add the additional fields. Since we are able to add the additional fields in the screen, the fields we are able to see it in the runtime. Okay, initially we are able to see, but we are unable to capture the data. So in order to capture the data, I can implement only PA. You need not implement PBO. It is sufficient if I implement PA, but why I implemented PBO is to associate the default values. So that's it. No appending is required. Okay, so let me deactivate the project here. So this is a project. Try to understand. I'm deactivating it. I'm deactivating this. Okay, activation of project has been undone. Okay, done. Now let me go back to MP01. I've deactivated the project. Remember, I'll go to MP01. Right, this is a material number. I'll choose something Reynolds. I'll go to details. Yeah, you can see now I didn't got the additional fields. Why? Because I have deactivated the project. So if you have deactivated that, what happens in the runtime? Whenever we click on the details button, the customer exit gets triggered. SAP will check whether any active implementation is there for particular customer exit. We don't have any active implementation. That's why I'm unable to see the additional fields. Okay, now I want to switch on. So what I'm trying to show is the user will have the flexibility to switch on or switch off your functionality. Okay, so if I go back to C mode and again what? Activate the project. I've activated the project. Now this time what happens? I'll go to MP01. This is material number. I'll choose Reynolds. I'll click on detail. So what happens here? SAP will trigger that particular customer exit. Whenever SAP triggers that customer exit, SAP will check whether any active implementations are there for that particular customer exit. Yes, in our case, we had one active implementation that gets triggered. So that's why I am able to see the additional fields. Initially, it's triggering what? PBO function exit. So I'll say fit. I'm able to see the additional. Okay, so what you have to understand is user will have the flexibility to switch off or switch on the what exit implementations, where he has to control that. In the CMOD transaction we have the button what activate project and deactivate. Understood? Deactivating is nothing but what temporarily we are suspending that particular plugin add-on. Okay, at later point of time again customer wishes, we can what activate this again. I need not delete. Just it is sufficient if you want deactivate. Yeah, any questions so far? first of all, in order to implement, you must create the project, Vamshi. Okay, yeah. If you don't do that, we don't have the function to switch off and switch off, and that will not be triggered also. It will not be triggered also. Compulsorily, implementation is done through the project. Means first you have to create the project, assign the enhancement to the project. Through that project only we have to do the implementation. If you directly implement the code in the include, okay, even though you implement it, it will not be triggered. It will not be triggered because SAP will not have the idea that we have implemented that. SAP will have that idea only after implementing that you have to assign it to a project. So compulsorily we need to create the project and implement. As you said, I can directly write the logic in the include program, but it is not considered as implementation. We don't have the functionality to what? Switch on and switch off. Right. Okay, so let me activate now. There is one important point you have to understand here. The main limitation of customer exit, or I can say the main drawback of customer exit is customer exit always supports single implementation. Always supports single implementation. What is the meaning of that is, see, 2 days back we have seen one transaction what XG01. In that we add a customer exit. What is the customer exit? We add SAP MF0 2D. Okay, this customer exit we have assigned to a project now. What is the project we have assigned? ZXG01 project, I think. ZXG01 project, something like this. Okay, keep this in mind. Now similarly in MP01 also we add one customer exit. What are the customer exit here? EMPL0001. This also I have assigned it to what? Same project. It may not be same project, but instead of creating a new project, I assigned to this existing project only. What is that existing project? ZXG01 PROJ. Okay, so try to understand. So we have done some implementation here. Here also we have done the implementation done. Okay, both are working fine. Now after 3 months, customer will what? Come across a new requirement. Customer will come to us with a new requirement. What is that requirement? Again in XG01, try to understand this. Again in XG01, you want some new validation. So in order to fulfill this new validation, in order to implement this new validation, by analysis, I understood that I need to implement what? Same customer exit. Try to understand. In XG01, customer will come up with a new requirement saying that you want so and so validation. So based on our analysis, it is understood that for implementing this new validation, again we need to use what? Same customer exit. What is the customer exit? SAP MF0 2D. Okay, so what I'll do now, just try to understand what I'll do. I'll keep always in mind what? The new validation. I'm not bothered about the other validation which you implemented earlier. Okay, so this is a new validation. For this new validation, again I have to implement what? Same customer exit what? SAP MF0 2D. So what I'll do is here, I'll go to CMOD. I'll create a new project, Z project to some name, Z project to create. Try to understand. I'll provide some description. I will assign the enhancement. What is the enhancement I need to plug now? SAP MF0 2D. SAP MF0 2D. Okay, I'll press enter. When I press enter, what is happening here? See, I got an error. What is the error I got? SAP enhancement so and so already belongs to the project what? XG01 PRJ. So what is the meaning? If a customer exit is assigned to a project, the same customer exit cannot be assigned to what? Other project. So what I need to do? In order to implement this validation, I'm trying to implement this customer exit. When I'm trying to assign it to a project, I'm getting an error saying what? This customer exit is already belongs to the project what? So and so. So what I have to do now? I have to go to this project. Try to understand. I have to go to this project. I have to open it in I have to deactivate the project first. Then I need to do the necessary changes. But my customer requirement is, try to understand. Okay, he's talking about the new validation. But what he wants is he wants to switch off the first functionality. He wants to switch off that first functionality. Okay, but I cannot do it. Why? Because in order to implement this new validation, I must go to the existing project. There I have to do the implementation. When I activate this project, what happens? All the validations gets activated now. So every time all the validations will be what? Triggered. But what is my customer requirement? He wants to switch off. You don't want to delete, remember. He wants to only what? Switch off the earlier validation, and he wants to what? Implement the new validation. But what I have to do? I am forced to implement this new validation in the existing project I have implemented. And when I activate this project, what happens? The old validation will be activated as well as the new validation. Means at any point of time, both the validations will what? Trigger. If I deactivate the project, what happens? Both the validations will be deactivated. You understood? This is the main drawback of what? Customer exit. Means all the validations, whatever you have to do, has to be done as part of what? Single implementation. So when you activate, what happens? Either all the validations will be activated. If you switch off, what happens? All the validations will be deactivated. So customer will not have the flexibility. Customer will not have the flexibility to switch off or switch on a specific functionality. See, my customer requirement is something like this. Assume that customer is into some business, some what? A retail business. So what you want in winter, try to understand. In winter, you want to impose some 10% validation. Okay. In summer, 10% discount. Okay. In summer, you want to what? Implement what? 15% what? Discount. In other season, you want to implement some 8% discount. So this is my customer requirement. Means in winter he wants to execute this implementation. In summer he wants to execute this implementation. So what I have to do? I should able to write these three different logic, and customer should have the choice to switch on or switch off a specific functionality. But I cannot do it like here, because all the things I am forced to implement only in what? One implementation. Either all the things will be activated, or if I deactivate, all the things will be what? Deactivated. This is the main drawback of what? Customer exit. Am I clear to everyone what I am saying? Okay, if a customer exit is plugged to a project, I cannot assign that customer exit to what? A new project. Okay, if I am trying to assign also, it will give an error saying that it is already plugged to so and so project. So I must go to that existing project. I need to deactivate and implement the new validation, and then we need to activate. So when I activate, what happens? The previous validation will be activated as well as the new validation. Means at any point of time, either all the validation will be what? Activated, or if I switch off, all the validation will be deactivated. But what is my customer requirement? You should have the choice, you should have the control to switch off or switch on a specific functionality. That is not possible through what? Customer exit. That is why SAP is always recommending to go for what? Baddies. Means what I mean to say is, if a validation can be implemented both by a customer exit or by a baddie, the better choice is what? Baddie. Because some baddies Not all BADIs, some BADIs supports what? Multiple implementations. And another advantage is what? BADIs are implemented through what? Object-oriented approach. Whereas customer exit, where we are writing the logic in the include program, so include comes under what? Procedure-oriented approach. Performance-wise, BADIs are faster than what? Customer exits. That's why in a transaction, if you are able to find both customer exit or BADIs for implementing a particular validation, the better choice is always go for what? BADIs only. Yeah. Any questions so far? Please ask me. Any questions? Rajesh, Madan, anyone? Okay, so I'll share this recording and the notes and whatever it is. Okay, we'll see tomorrow what function exits. Okay, so far we have seen what, sorry, I'm sorry, already we have discussed function exit and what screen exit. Tomorrow we'll see menu exits. So then I didn't get your question. How to find baddies means we have not yet covered. That will come in the coming classes. Okay, baddie we have not yet started. Okay, we'll be discussing that after the menu exits. What I'm trying to say is a transaction in SAP transactions, SAP might provide both customer exit or what? Baddies. So in order to implement your requirement, both customer exit and baddies might be suitable. So which one you have to choose means you have to go for baddies. No one will tell us to go for customer exit or baddie. The developer has to decide. Always, thumb rule is whenever you get any enhancement requirement, don't search for customer exit. Always search for baddies. If baddies are not there, then go for what? Searching for what? Customer exit. How to get list of enhancement, refer to the first class recording, Surendra. Already I covered it. I think you're absent and you are not refer the recording. Refer to the first class recording. How to find the customer exits. Any other doubts, others? So tomorrow we'll discuss what function exits, not function exits, sorry, menu exits. Any questions for today? Please ask me, otherwise I'll wind up. We'll continue tomorrow. So I'll wind up then. We'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, Madan, any questions? Yeah.
Yes,
Please.
Sridhar. I mean, this may not be a part of the questions related to
No.
the ongoing classes. So
Yeah,
if anybody wants to drop off, that's fine. So,
yeah.
Sridhar, I did not attend basic ABAP trainings, so maybe I should check with you if there are any
See,
videos I can go through, or I would like to discuss on that with you, maybe offline or.
yeah, basically now, see, Madan, for this cross apps, it is mandatory that you should have the knowledge of basic ABAP. Mandatory. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I see that.
Again, for basic ABAP, again, it's what around 3 to 3.5 months. It's a what lengthy course, 3 to 3.5 months. Okay.
Okay.
So my suggestion is better you go for this basic ABAP and then do cross apps, or if you are able to manage, if you have any idea on basic ABAP earlier, you do it parallelly. The
Okay.
compulsory prerequisite is basic ABAP is must.
Okay. Maybe I'll go parallelly.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll
What
go
you can do
through the.
is this basic ABAP probably I'm not sure. Coming this Thursday, we may start a batch. Coming Thursday, we may
Okay.
start a batch around 7:45 after this cross apps.
Oh, is it?
Okay,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
not yet confirmed. Maybe in 1 or 2 days it gets confirmed.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, what you can do is you have my number, no mother. You call
Yes.
me after 1 hour because I'm running
Okay.
another class now. Call me
Okay.
after 9 a.m. Indian time.
Okay, Sridhar.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
speak.
I mean, I would like to continue this class, but parallelly, maybe I'll learn basic
Yeah, no problem. If
fundamentals.
you have any further issue, you can call me after 9 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, Sridhar. Bye.
sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Then others, I'm winding off. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay.